YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Elaine, and welcome to Book Club. I believe, for once, I actually have everything set up on time. We've got our disclaimers, we've got our videos, I do have the book burning video. It's going to be right after the national anthem, so everybody get a seat. Get settled. The book burning video is going to be right after the national anthem, so you got about 3 minutes. I will replay upon request if anyone gets in late. I know a couple people are working and said they were stopping in late. So if we have a later evening crowd, we'll replay. I have Ralph beside me, standing guard. The puppy is, he's deceiving the enemy by pretending to be asleep under his blanket, but really he's spying on the cat. Not that they've been fighting all day and driving me crazy! Oh, right from the get this morning. As soon as the puppy gets told it's time to get out of bed and goes his usual ballistic jumping up and down self, jumps right on the kitty. Kitty's just laying there minding his own business. Nah, puppy's got to jump on him and be like, come on, get up! It's like, you wonder why he smacks you every time you get within range? That's why. But, he doesn't put one and one together because puppy. I had, of course, completely forgotten everything that happened last week in the book. And last week, things actually kind of happened. We had Anastasia's boss, the never gonna stop making fun of his name, Jack Hyde. I was gonna say he kind of revealed his true self, but there's no reveal. He was evil from the beginning, and it was not even close to being hidden in any way. It was blatantly obvious. So he went full Hyde and tried to attack her while disparaging Christian and revealing that he knew a lot more about the two of them than he really should. He's definitely obsessed with Christian Grey. He's got some kind of vendetta. He was trying to blackmail her with her emails from her office, which I don't even understand what in the hell he would have. Like, let's say he had sold her emails to like TMZ or whatever. Who cares? Rich single billionaire is kinky. Who gives a flying? I'm not seeing how this amounted to blackmail material. Like, against her, maybe, but not against Grey, because who would care? It wouldn't affect him in any way. Plus, he's the kind of guy that would do what Jeff Bezos did when somebody hacked his phone and threatened to release nude photos of him. He released the nude photos himself and said, I won't be blackmailed. As much as Jeff Bezos is probably one of the most evil people on the planet, and the way he runs Amazon and treats people is like inhumane and criminal, I gotta admire his style on that one. Because that was like, okay, damn, gotta respect that. I kind of feel like that's how Christian Grey would respond. So then we had continuing the trend of everybody is really dumb in this world. Jack Hyde gets fired, although we all know that secretly Taylor buried him with the other 10 subs along the river somewhere. And nobody even thinks about calling the police. He just committed assault at the very least. And nobody even bats an eye saying we should call the cops. No. Police do not exist in this world at all. And so we had so of course the next day Anastasia Steele, who is like 1 week out of college, who is qualified for nothing and has spent every day at work email arguing with her boyfriend, gets promoted to head editor of a major publishing house. She goes from being the assistant to the editor, which was already a job she would never get, to being the actual editor. So she's in charge of the whole place and decides what they publish now. But the book tries really hard to claim that it's not because her boyfriend owns the company. No, it's on merit. Really, because Jack was so fond of her and he spoke so highly of her. Even though all he did was berate and abuse her the entire time. Which she deserved, by the way. She was terrible at her job. Then we had several pages of Christian victim blaming, because that's all he knows how to do. And then we were about halfway through the world's worst therapy session, where psychiatrist who should not be practicing and is no doubt way overpaid gets to tell Anastasia all about Christian Grey and why he is the way he is and why it's really okay, and he's found a way that makes his life work even if it's really fucked up. But with that, I'll rise from the national anthem and then we shall play with fire.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! And we have new person in the chat, Susie I Smee. Hi. Nice to have you here. I love your picture. That is so cute. Is that the balloons from Up? Or just pixel art? Either way, very cool. All right, now that we are assembled, we shall watch the book burn. I had fun making this. I apologize in advance for the vertical video. I didn't realize I was doing it and I couldn't fix it because it wouldn't work if I flipped it. But I tried something a little new with this one. So there is music. I found a really good song credited at the end. Definitely show some love to the person who wrote it. It's from the YouTube free library. So YouTube, are you listening? It's not copyrighted. It's from your own free library. So don't freaking copyright me on it this time. You said I could use it. Pixel art? Cool. I love pixel art. I once painted a pointillism picture and sent it to my grandparents, and then they didn't know what it was, but they didn't tell me for weeks because my grandmother didn't want me to think I hated it. They hated it. Family. So what I did was I took the lines that made me cringe the most in the first book. I went through the pages that I had dog-eared and I highlighted them and I read them out in terrible voices. And then I sped it up and overlaid it over this video with the music. So I tried to blend it just enough. I didn't want it fully audible, but I think the timing worked out kind of nicely. So here goes. And this is my own bad editing, so don't judge. You're lucky I'm just holding you. What do you mean? Well, if you were mine, you wouldn't be able to sit down for a week. He is suffocating me. He is suffocating me. And then this evening, he actually hit me. I've never been hit in my life. What have I gotten myself into? Total power exchange, around the clock. His eyes are shining, excited. I sit. So have no choice. I haven't signed, I whisper. I told you what I do. I'm a man of my word. I'm going to stay. Then it will be fun. Very quick and very hard. Is this what our relationship will be like? You ordered me around. Money's out. She should be this long pleasure. For no something like this. Twice my critical then down, scoops me over his shoulder, and steal out the shots and balls. He gives me a big snap of my collar. No one's ever said no to me before. And so, but Anastasia, I'm sorry. Believe me, I don't mean to laugh. I've never had this conversation in so much detail. You're just so inexperienced. Watching him, watching. Rare, dangerous predator, waiting for him to strike. Please don't hit me, I whisper, pleading. I don't want you to spank me. Not here, not now. Please don't. I need to be alone with you. What for? Because I'm going to spank you and then fuck you. Why? I whisper softly. You know why. Oh no. He pushes both my knees up on the bed so my behind is in the air. And he slaps me hard. Not sure why. Me out, he plunges inside me. I cry out from the slap and from his sudden assault. I want you to become well acquainted. What a first name terms with is my favorite and most cherished part of my body. Very attached to this. He reaches up and grabs my details and really starts to move. I'm going to fucking nest you. Remember to reach the end of his erection and enter sex. Hard. He passed my hair and made it a place. Holds gently, letting me place. I turn up in my neck. Give me a deeper. Helpless. You are mine. This person's only mine. Don't forget it. Wonderful. Everything. I want you to be reminded that I'm here. Only me. You are mine. Placing his hands on your side of my face, hold in place. You are mine. Each word is hollow. Do you understand, Anastasia? And there we go. So it took a few extra weeks, but we got there. We burned the book. It looked awesome. I think the music was pretty good. And I was absolutely dying while I was reading all those terrible lines. But welcome, new people. Welcome, friend of Nightwolf. Welcome, Nightwolf. And Snickerdoodle should be around somewhere. Not sure who else we've got in the chat tonight, but hello, everybody, and welcome. Reminder for the new people, PayPal link at the top is if anybody feels like donating, which just helps me out in life in general. And, oh, I forgot to introduce Ralph. I'm slipping. I knew I was going to slip. Here is Ralph, our signature honorary inaugural duck. He's very glad to see you and show off his very cool stage with his rainbows. Isn't he awesome? And Ralph needs friends. If collectively donations reach $10, I will reach into the bag of random ducks and add a new duck to the stage. And if you're that person that donated the $10, you get to name the duck. That's why his name is Ralph, because he was named. Ralph sits beside us and keeps guard over everything. He is secretly a guard duck. That's why he has the horn. You know, that's his defensive powers. If we get to 25, I will put on these handcuffs for the entire chapter. These are my personal favorite. It's been way too long since I got to wear them. And if somebody is really drunk and donates $50, I will chug this entire glass and try not to throw up. But again, this is the goal for me right here. And I have an actual highlighter. I finally remembered. And I found one that works. Apparently they never go bad. Because those are old as hell. I probably legitimately bought that 10 years ago and it still works. So shout out to Sharpie. Their stuff lasts. Okay, so we were in the middle of a bad therapy session where Dr. Flynn is explaining that while Christian is a sadist, he's not a sadist. And needed to inform us that that was no longer a recognized DSM-5 diagnosis. Was it ever? Was it ever? I know there has been some whack shit that has been considered a mental health problem over the years, like being gay was a mental health problem. Like people who had seizures used to, like people thought they were possessed and all that crap. But I'm not sure if being a sadist was ever actually on the DSM-5 criteria. I don't think it was. So I don't expect the author to know that. but the person she's writing as should. See, again, this is why when I write my twisted fanfic and I have to write as a character that was a surgeon, I have to look up medical stuff or else my character sounds stupid. Because they would know the right words for things because they're a surgeon. I am not, and that's why I research. So yeah, we had Flynn saying that he secretly has like a ton of self-loathing and paranoia and feelings of being unworthy, and because he was abused as a child, that's why he basically grew up to be a violent psycho stalker, because that's just a really great message to put out in the world. I am not still sick. It's been 3 weeks. I refuse to still be sick. Though I did set the book on fire this afternoon and smoked the hell out of my bathroom. So I could be choking a little because of that. I really got to get... I didn't take a fan in there this time. I completely forgot. The whole bathroom was so full of smoke I couldn't see the door. Which is bad. I didn't do that on purpose, okay? Got a little unintentionally smoky. I didn't think it would smoke up that bad, but it really did. And yes, the book burned, and you could still read the text. I don't know what they made these pages out of. They're magic. They don't burn. Let's see. It's not even classified as a paraphilia anymore, not since the 90s. I gotta look up and see if that's true. Was being a sadist actually classified as a mental health diagnosis in the 90s? Because I don't think it was. I think she's making that up. Dr. Flynn has lost me again. I blink at him. He smiles kindly at me. This is a pet peeve of mine. He shakes his head. Christian just thinks the worst of any given situation. It's part of his self-abhorrence. Of course, there's such a thing as sexual sadism, but it's not a disease. It's a lifestyle choice. We're pushing the term. It's not a disease, certainly, but there is an innate element to somebody truly being a sadist. It's not something you just get into for no reason. If you're drawn to it, there's a reason for it. And if it's practiced in a safe, sane relationship between consenting adults, then it's a non-issue. This is true. Anything, as long as things are consensual and everybody's an adult and like mentally competent, you do you, boo. My understanding is that Christian conducted all of his BDSM relationships in this manner. You're the first lover You're the first lover who hasn't consented, so he's not willing to do it. I'm sorry, what? I don't even have to take that out of context. That's just terrible on the face of it. So the therapist is aware that he has done non-consensual things to her and doesn't care. And also claims that he's not willing to do the BDSM stuff to her when that's all he's been doing. He has still been doing all the BDSM stuff to her, even after saying that he would leave that out of their relationship if she came back to him. He has not left it out of the relationship, not for 1 second. And she never agreed to any of it in the first place, and he still did it anyway, several times. And continues to do so. Is he lying to his therapist, or is the therapist just this dumb? Either is possible. This is the last time we're ever going to see this therapist, I'm sure of it. He exists in this book for this one scene. This scene that is the author's way of saying, I'm not an idiot while being an idiot, and trying to justify all the fucked up shit he does by like giving it a therapy stamp of approval. And I'm sorry, that's not how that works. So wish I had an inhaler right now. It so smells like smoke in here. The cat is so mad. Lover. But surely it's not that simple. Why not? Dr. Flynn shrugs good-naturedly. Well, the reason he does it. Hannah, that's the point. In terms of solution-focused therapy, it's that simple. Christian wants to be with you. In order to do that, he needs to forego the more extreme aspects of that kind of relationship. Excuse me. After all, what you're asking for is not unreasonable. Is it? Now we know why she's really here. So the therapist can pressure her into saying yes to his proposal. That is the only reason she's here. I should have seen it sooner. I flush. No, it's not unreasonable at all. I don't think so, but I worry that he does. Christian recognizes that and has acted accordingly. He's not insane. Dr. Flynn sighs. When you have to be told that your boyfriend's not insane, like maybe reconsider. In a nutshell, he's not a sadist, Anna. He's an angry, frightened, brilliant young man who was dealt a shit hand of cards when he was born. But we can all beat our breasts about it and analyze the who, the how, and the why to death. Or Christian can move on and decide how he wants to live. He found something that worked for him for a few years, more or less, but since he's met you, it no longer works. As a consequence, he's changing his modus operandi. Do you really want to use that word in a scene designed to make me think he's not a serial killer? Move the tie left. Is that better? Why is my head so shiny? Oh, it was so cool all day, and then like an hour ago, it just spikes up, and I have this, my hair is right at that length where it's really annoying. Okay, stay, piece of hair. Oh yeah, just stick right out. That looks charming. And then of course you still have the sticky uppy bits at the back that no matter how much I brush will not stay down. Oh, I knew there was something I wanted to get this week. I wanted to look up and see if they still make Bedhead, and I forgot. Oh, I was even looking at Giant Tiger too, and they'd probably have it. And that's my spot. You and I have to respect his choice and support him in it. No, actually, you don't. Respecting someone's choice, questionable. Supporting them, optional. I gape at him. That's my reassurance? As good as it gets, Anna. There are no guarantees in this life. He smiles, and that's my professional opinion. I smile too, weakly. Doctor jokes. Geez. This guy is the worst. He really is. Don't bend the page before I read the back of it. But he thinks of himself as a recovering alcoholic. Christian will always think the worst of himself. As I said, it's part of his self-abhorrence. It's in his makeup no matter what. Naturally, he's anxious about making this change in his life. He's potentially exposing himself to a whole world of emotional pain, which incidentally he's had a taste of when you left him. Naturally, he's apprehensive. Dr. Flynn pauses. I don't mean to stress how important a role you have in his Damascene. Okay, she looked up a thesaurus word and like whatever. It's capitalized DAMASCENE. Wow, that's beaten my dyslexia just right up fucking eye. Hello, Soda King 343. Creepy picture. It's not karaoke night, and singing usually gets you taken down when you're live because YouTube don't like that. If it's a copyright-free song like Happy Birthday, then I'll sing it. But nice to have you here. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. It's later than you think. These will be in a couple hours. How have I lost my spot twice in like 3 pages? Ugh, it's gonna be one of those nights. I need a little duck on a stick that I can like point at things. Oh yeah, you have an important role in his Damascene conversation. I have no idea what this word is. It's thesaurus.com word. I don't even know what this means, and I really don't care because I can almost guarantee it's dumb. His road to Damascus. Yeah, I got the reference to Damascus and the sword of Damocles, but I'm sorry, this is ew. Again, like she drops in these one flowery line in the middle of a bunch of like bluck, and it's like, what? Oh, when I catch myself doing that when I'm writing, I smack myself and remind myself to not do that because of lines like this. It's like, no, I will be better than that. May not be a good writer, but I will be better than that. Christian would not be in this place if he had not met you. Personally, I don't think that an alcoholic is a very good analogy, but if it works for him for now, then I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. So he's saying he's having withdrawals from lack of BDSM, from lack of beating little brown haired girls. Those are his words, by the way. Anyone who missed that chapter, that's what he said himself. That he likes to, quote, beat little brown haired girls. So there you go. Why he had to put it like that, I don't know. It's not even totally true. Like, there's no indication that he needs them to be young or anything. Or that would have anything to do with it. Give Christian the benefit of the doubt? I frown at the thought. Emotionally, Christian's an adolescent, Anna. He bypassed that phase of his life totally. He's channeled all his energies into succeeding in the business world. He is beyond all, and he has beyond all expectations. His emotional world has to play catch up. So how do I help? Yes, Anna, you are the cure for perpetual adolescence and not growing up. She's Wendy to his Peter Pan, except they don't actually hook up in that story. I don't think in the end Wendy and Peter Pan ever got together. I know Hook did something with that with he marries the daughter of Wendy, which I thought was an interesting take on it. I do actually like Hook quite a bit. It gets a bit of a bad rap because it does get like it's too long and it gets silly in places, and somebody needed to rein Spielberg in just a tiny little bit. No, I do love that on the scene where they're first flying over London and they sprinkle fairy dust on the couple on the bridge. That is George Lucas and Carrie Fisher. Just keep doing what you're doing. He grins at me. Christian's head over heels. It's a delight to see. I flush and my inner goddess hugs herself with glee, but something bothers me. Can I ask you one more thing? Of course. I take a deep breath. Part of me thinks that if he wasn't this broken, he wouldn't want me. There's the secret thought. Yep, if somebody who is damaged wants me, then I must be damaged as well. Newsflash, honey, ain't nobody perfect. Everybody is damaged and everybody has baggage. And yes, it is the damaged parts that tend to hook up more than like the nice fluffy parts. Hey. Dr. Flynn's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. That's a very negative thing to say about yourself, Anna, and frankly, it says more about you than it does about Christian. It's not quite up there with his self loathing, but I'm surprised by it. Why? Like, look what she's put up with already. That gives you a pretty good read on her level of self esteem, i.e., none. Well, look at him, then look at me. Oh, we're really doing this. We just had to say the quiet part out loud, didn't we? Yep. Because he's so freaking handsome. We'd almost gotten 3 pages without being reminded that he's Adonis. And she's plain Jane and blah, blah, blah. And yet every guy in the entire series is constantly lusting over her. Why don't you think of yourself as attractive? Oh no, I don't want this to be about me. How is it not about... You already said... You deliberately said it was about you. It was already about you. There's a sharp knock on the door that makes me jump, and Christian comes back into the room, glaring at both of us. I flush and glance quickly at Flynn, who's smiling benignly at Christian. Welcome back, Christian, he says. I think time is up, John. Nearly, Christian. Join us. Okay, when you burst into your therapist's office looking angry, just don't. Christian sits down beside me this time and places his hand possessively on my knee. This action does not go unnoticed by Dr. Flint. Did you have any other questions, Anna? I might sneeze really loud. Dr. Flynn asks, his concern obvious. Shit, I should not have asked that question. I shake my head. Christian, not today, John. Flynn nods. It may be beneficial if you both come again. I'm sure Anna will have more questions. Christian nods reluctantly. Okay, can I just say the therapist should be picking up that there's serious concerning things being done here? Like him barging in and preventing her from speaking, cuts her off with another question, the physical possessiveness. The fact that he knows what Christian is like. Though I'm curious there's definitely things Christian doesn't tell his therapist. I can promise you the therapist does not know the full extent of the stalking. Or probably several other things, or those dossiers he compiles on his subs. I'm guessing the therapist doesn't know about these things. Or the under the table, or they're trying to finger her under the table in front of his parents. That's the kind of thing you should bring up in therapy. Because if you're doing it, you need therapy. Again, if it's consensual and you don't get caught, not a big deal. But it wasn't. I flush. Shit, he wants to delve. Christian clasps my hand and regards me intently. Okay, he asks softly. I smile at him, nodding. Yes, we're going for the benefit of the doubt. Courtesy of the good doctor from England. Why does he have to be British? My last therapist was British. It makes me think of him, and that's bad, because my therapist was actually good. Give anything to be able to see him again. He died, which sucks. Christian squeezes my hand and turns to Flynn. How is she? He asks softly. Me? She'll get there, he says reassuringly. Good. Keep me updated of her progress. I will. Holy fuck, they're talking about Layla. Okay, so we have further proof that Dr. Flynn is the worst, because unless he has permission from Layla to talk about her to Christian Grey, which I'm sure she would give, but he should not be accepting because he's her problem, and he should be keeping her, away from him, even mentally. Not to mention, he is the cause of her freaking problems. There's a dog on my leg. Yeah, let me get to the end of the page, and then I'll pick you up, okay? Let me get to the end of the page. Should we go and celebrate your promotion? Christian asked me pointedly. I nod shyly as Christian stands. We say a quick goodbye to Dr. Flynn, and Christian ushers me out with an unseemly haste. Yes, because he's nervous. Where's the puppy? Where'd he go? I lost the puppy. Oh, there you are. Come here, you. Yeah, come here. I'm going to pick you up. Say hi to everybody. Hi. Say hello. Hi, I'm a puppy. No licking. No licking right now, okay? Not while I have my makeup on. Okay. You see how well he listens. He's so obedient. He's such a well-trained doggy. Yes. Come here. Don't break my headphones. They're the only ones I got. Come here, you. Okay. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Look at the baby doggy. Isn't he cute? Isn't he just so cute? If you look at the camera, everyone can see how cute you are. Yeah, he just says, Mommy. Mommy. Mommy, love me. Love me. Pet me and love me, and hold me and cuddle me, and love me, and I'm puppy. I'm not conspiring to eat a duck with the cat. I didn't tell the kitty to steal it so I could chew it. Oh yeah, him and the cat have been eyeing Ralph, man. They want them some duck. That's why Ralph needs friends to help protect him. Okay? There's lots of ducks that you won't approach because you're a coward. The dog is a tiny coward, but don't tell him that. He likes to think that he's tough. Okay, I don't know where you're trying to go. Come here. Okay, come here, you little crazy. There, okay? Can you stop being nuts? Can you stop being so crazy? Huh? Can you stop being so crazy? Huh? Okay, say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, go back on your pillow, okay? Okay, yeah. See if I could just get him to sit like this. But he slides off. Okay, you take care of your pillow. And go eat some kibble. He demanded to be fed his dinner earlier, and then he just sat there and stared at it like, okay, now I know it's there. It's like, why were you pestering me to feed you if you weren't hungry? Oops. Okay, that's better. I'm in Ontario, Canada. There's dog hair on the book. In the street, he turns to me. How is that? His voice is anxious. It was good. He regards me suspiciously. I cock my head to one side. Mr. Gray, please don't look at me that way. Under doctor's orders, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. What does that mean? He'll see. Okay, I'm sorry. Did she just say she's going to marry somebody on the benefit of the doubt? Because that should not go with marriage. What does that mean? You'll see. His mouth twists and his eyes narrow. Get in the car. He orders, opening the passenger door of the sub. Even now, everything is orders. He can't just nicely say, like, let's go, or please get in the car, or I'm taking you home, or whatever. No, he has to always. Ugh. Oh, change of direction. My Blackberry buzzes. I haul it out of my purse. Shit, Jose. Hi. Hannah, hi. I stare at 50, who's eyeing me suspiciously. Jose, I mouth at him. He stares impassively at me, but his eyes harden. Does he think I don't notice? I turn my attention back to Jose. Sorry I haven't called you. Is it about tomorrow? I ask Jose, but stare up at Christian. Listen, yeah, I spoke with some guys at Gray's place, so I know where I'm delivering the photos, but I should get there between 5 and 6, and after that I'm free. Okay, this guy cannot take a hint. Like, Jacob is the worst also, but Bella is also the worst and strings him along like the complete pathetic loser that he is. But this is just awful. This is like somebody put it out of its misery bad. Well, I'm actually staying at Christian's place right now. If you want to, he says you can stay at his place. Christian presses his mouth into a hard line. I think that's like 3 times on one page. Some host he is. Jose is silent for a minute, absorbing the news. I cringe. I hadn't had a chance to talk to him about Christian. Why do you have to talk to him about anything? You don't owe him an explanation. You shouldn't even be friends with him. After what he did, I'd never talk to him again. And for those playing the home game, when I say what he did, do I mean the drunken assault in the parking lot, the taking photos of her without permission and selling them at a gallery, or his general obnoxious interference? Okay, he says eventually. The thing with Gray, it's serious? Yes, they're getting married not that much faster than Disney princesses. I mean, granted, Disney princesses are 3 days. This is gonna end up being about 3 months, but still. I turn away from the car and pace to the other side of the sidewalk. I'm amazed he let her cross the street without holding her hand. Yes, how serious? I roll my eyes and pause. Why does Christian have to be listening? Because he's already bugged your phone. He'd hear it anyway. Serious. I am not sick. Serious. Is he with you now? Is that why you're speaking monosyllabically? Yes. Okay, so you're allowed out tomorrow? Of course I am. I hope. I automatically cross my fingers. So now she's not even sure if she can go out with a friend because Christian might not like it. So she's already at this point I'm saying she's completely under his control. She is 100% brainwashed, indoctrinated, whatever you want to call it, because even in her head, when she's thinking of making plans with a friend that again I don't think he should be, but in this world he is, just thinking about making plans to go out with someone, she's like mentally already acknowledging that she would have to get permission from her like would-be fiance. That is fucked up on every level. So where should I meet you? You could pick me up from work, I offer. Okay, I'll text you the address. What time? 6. Sure, I'll see you then, Anna. Looking forward to it. I miss you. I grin. Cool, I'll see you then. I switch my phone off and turn. Christian is leaning against the car, watching me carefully, his expression impossible to read. No, he's pissed off. That's all he is. He's horny or he's pissed off. How's your friend? He asks coolly. He's well. He'll pick me up from work, and I think we'll go for a drink. Would you like to join us? Christian hesitates, his gray eyes cool. You don't think he'll try anything? No. My tone is exasperated, but I refrain from rolling my eyes. You have what basis to believe this? Because I don't believe this. I'm kind of on Christian's side. Not that I'm ever on his side, but he's right. I would expect Jose to try something again, absolutely, especially if booze are involved. I was expecting a fight, but his easy acquiescence throws me off balance. See, I can be reasonable, he smirks. My mouth twists. We'll see about that. I think I skipped a line. He says, oh, you hang out with your friend. I'll see you later in the evening. Oh, so he actually does. She actually does ask his permission, and he grants it. I smell a setup. He's definitely going to spy on her, for sure. Can I drive? Christian blinks at me, surprised by my request. I'd rather you didn't. Why exactly? Because I don't like to be driven. You managed this morning. You seem to tolerate Taylor driving you. I trust Taylor's driving implicitly. And not mine? I put my hands on my hips. Honestly, your control freakishness knows no bounds. I've been driving since I was 15. That doesn't make you good at it. I know lots of adult drivers who are terrible. They've been driving since they were 15 or 16. They still suck. And she does have a point, though. I think he is completely bullshitting about not liking being driven. But I also point out she's had her own new car for like 4 days and hasn't driven it once yet because he won't let her. It's like, dude, why did you even buy her? Why did you insist on buying her another new car if you have no intention of letting her ever drive the car? Why not just say, you don't need a car, I'll hire you your own driver? You know? I'm sure the agency that supplied Taylor has another. He shrugs in response as if this is of no consequence whatsoever. Oh, he's exasperating. Benefit of the doubt? Well, screw that. That lasted all of 30 seconds. This is my car. Is this my car? I demand. He frowns at me. Of course it's your car. Then give me the keys, please. I've driven it twice and only to and from work. Now you're having all the fun. I am in full-on pout mode. Christian's lips twitch with a repressed smile. But you don't know where we're going. I'm sure you can enlighten me, Mr. Gray. You've done a great job of it so far. He gazes at me, stunned, and then smiles. This new shy smile that totally disarms me and takes my breath away. Great job, eh? He murmurs. I blush. Mostly yes. Well, in that case, he hands me the keys, walks around to the driver's door, and opens it for me. Okay, you should not have to argue with somebody to drive your own flipping car. Like, come on. Alright, first drink of the night. Okay, for 1 second I thought I was about to sneeze a mouthful of wine. I was trying really hard. I'm sorry, I think which way to spit it out so it wouldn't get all over the screen. Or the keyboard, because I don't have a backup. Oh, that was one of the things I meant to do for Prime Days, was try and get a backup keyboard for like $5. Damn, forgot. I didn't think my Prime ran out. Anyway, after I had to fix it with Amazon, because get this, because I had Prime a year at a time, so I paused it because it's too expensive right now, and because it was set for a year at a time, so I paused it. It said it stopped. The email said stops fine. What did they then do? Month goes by. Second month, they charged me for Prime based on a monthly subscription, which I've never had, because apparently my pausing it only paused it for a month, according to them. I got them to fix it, but if you buy something a year at a time and you turn it off or pause it, wouldn't you assume that that is paused for a year because that is the usual amount of time? Am I crazy? Oh. Ugh, stupid flies. These little gnat things are all over. It's the last of them for the season. It's going to be too cold for them in a couple days, which is good because I've had enough. Ugh. It went really bad this summer till the last couple weeks, so I can't complain too much. Left here, Christian orders, and we head north towards I-5. Hell, gently, Anna. He grabs hold of the dashboard. Oh, for heaven's sake. I roll my eyes but don't turn to look at him. Van Morrison croons in the background over the car sound system. Slow down. Okay, if we established he has, like, passenger anxiety, because he's acting worse than me with a teenage driver. I am slowing down. Christian sighs. What did Flynn say? I hear his anxiety leaching into his voice. I told you, he says I should give you the benefit of the doubt. Damn, maybe I should have let Christian drive. Then I could watch him. In fact, I signal to pull over. What are you doing? He snaps, alarmed. Letting you drive. Why? So I can look at you. He laughs. No, you wanted to drive, so you drive, and I'll look at you. Okay, dude, just switch seats with her. And, like, this whole thing is so fucked up, like, for real. I scowl at him. Keep your eyes on the road, he shouts. Okay, so I would make him switch seats with me. I'm like, no, you're not going to shout at me while I'm driving. No. You get to drive. I'm done with this. But this is the author's just really stupid attempt to show that he can't be out of control, even being driven by somebody else, even though this has never been a problem and she's driven him before. And as she correctly pointed out, he has a chauffeur, for Christ's sake. Now, I get the chauffeur is the same guy every day, so he trusts him. I get that, and that's valid, but this is not. My blood boils. Right. I pull over to the curb just before traffic light and storm out of the car, slamming the door and stand on the sidewalk, arms crossed. I glare at him. He climbs out of the car. They made it, what, like half a block? What are you doing? He asks angrily, staring down at me. No. What are you doing? You can't park here. I know that. So why have you? Because I've had it with you barking orders. Either you drive or you shut up about my driving. Anastasia, get back in the car before we get a ticket. Honey, if the cops roll up right now, they're not going to be concerned with the fact that she's illegally parked. They're going to be concerned with the fact that you have a domestic violence situation occurring. Because it's going to escalate. Because you're yelling at each other in public. And people are going to notice. But again, nobody takes a picture of, like, local famous billionaire yelling at his girlfriend on the side of the road, really? No. He blinks at me at a total loss, then runs his hand through his hair. His anger becomes bewilderment, and he looks so comical all of a sudden. I can't help but smile at him. He frowns. What? He snaps once more. You. Oh, Anastasia, you're the most frustrating female on the planet. He throws his hands in the air. Fine, I'll drive. I grab the edges of his jacket and pull him to me. No, you're the most frustrating man on the planet, Mr. Gray. Oh, are we doing their fighting and then they're going to start making out thing? Because I'm sorry, but dumb. He gazes down at me, his eyes dark and intense, and he snakes his arm around my waist and embraces me, holding me close, because of course every time fighting has to turn to making out every time. Oh my god. Maybe we're meant for each other then, he says softly and inhales deeply, his nose in my hair. I wrap my arms around him and close my eyes, and for the first time since this morning I feel myself relax. Oh, Anna, 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 he breathes, his lips pressed against my hair. I tighten my arms around him and we stand immobile, enjoying a moment of unexpected tranquility on the street. Releasing me, he opens the passenger door and I climb in and sit quietly, watching him walk around the car. Restarting the car, Christian pulls out into traffic, absent-mindedly humming along to Van Morrison. Whoa, I've never heard him sing. Not even in the shower. Ever. You've lived together for like 10 days. I frown. He has a lovely voice, of course. Has he heard me sing? He wouldn't be asking you to marry him if he had. My subconscious has her arms crossed, wearing a Burberry check. The song finishes and Christian grins. You know, if we had gotten a ticket, the title of this car is in your name. Well, good thing I've been promoted. I can afford the fine. I say smugly, staring at his lovely profile. His lips twitch. Another Van Morrison song starts playing as he takes the on-ramp to I-5, heading north. Where are we going? It's a surprise. What else did Flynn say? He talked about FFF-STB or something. SFBT, the latest therapy option, he mutters. You've tried others? Christian snorts. Baby, I've been subjected to all of them. Cognitivism, Freud, functionalism, Gestalt, behavioralism, you name it, over the years, I've done it. He says, and his tone betrays his bitterness. The rancor in his voice is distressing. Do you think this latest approach will help? What did Flynn say? He said not to dwell on your past. Focus on the future, on where you want to be. Okay, I can definitely relate to his annoyance at having been somewhat reluctantly, it sounds like, because as a child he probably was put through a lot of therapy, and as a kid you're kind of like, fuck it, and you don't understand, and most of it sucks. And if you did all of that, because that is a huge range of that is just covering, literally she Googled like every type of therapy and just wrote a list. But yeah, if you've been put through all that shit, you'd be fucking annoyed too. And at some point it does become harmful because it becomes counterproductive. But yeah, I get why he grew up, made a lot of money, and found a shrink that he can just pay to agree with whatever bullshit he wants to believe this week, because at some point it's all useless if every week becomes a try the new latest fad thing approach. That's not good therapy. That's just, the whatever's in the now, whatever's of the moment, the gimmicky, trendy bullshit that usually will not do anything long term because it's not designed to be. It's the in the moment flashy stuff that's mostly just about money and not about actually helping anyone. Christian nods but shrugs at the same time, his expression cautious. What else, he persists. He talked about your fear of being touched, although he called it something else. And your nightmares and your self-abhorrence. I glance at him, and in the evening light he's pensive, chewing on his thumbnail as he drives. He glances quickly at me. Weren't they having the appointment at like 1 o'clock? How is it evening already? They've been driving for like 5 hours? Eyes on the road, Mr. Gray, I admonish, my eyebrow cocked at him. Ugh, itchy, itchy, itchy. He looks amused and slightly exasperated. You were taking forever, Anastasia. What else did he say? She was in there for like 10 minutes. I swallow. He doesn't think you're a sadist, I whisper. Really? Christian says quietly and frowns. The atmosphere in the car takes a nosedive. I'm definitely gonna sneeze. And also, how is the therapist saying this to Anastasia, but what? He's never said it to Christian? He's never said to his actual patient, oh, I don't think you actually are a sadist. I'm sorry, what? This is why he's the worst. The absolute worst. Flynn and I have differing opinions on this, he says quietly. Oh, okay, there we go. So apparently they have discussed it, and what, he's just surprised that he said that to her? I do not understand. He said you always think the worst of yourself. I know that's true, I murmur. He also mentioned sexual sadism, but he said that was a lifestyle choice, not a psychiatric condition. Maybe that's what you're thinking about. His eyes flash towards me again, and his mouth sets in a grim line. So, one talk with the good doctor and you're an expert, he says acidly and turns his eyes forward. Because he's going to be a dick because he's feeling vulnerable because she knows something about him. Something real. Oh dear, I sigh. Look, if you don't want to hear what he said, don't ask me. I mutter softly. I don't want to argue. Anyway, he's right. What the hell do I know about all of his shit? Do I even want to know? I can list the salient points. His control freakishness, his possessiveness, his jealousy, his overprotectiveness. I completely understand where he's coming from. I can even understand why he doesn't like to be touched. I've seen the physical scars. I can only imagine the mental ones. And I've glimpsed his nightmares once. And Dr. Flynn said, I want to know what you discussed. Christian interrupts my thoughts as he heads off I-5 on exit 172, heading west towards the slowly sinking sun. He called me your lover. Did he now? His tone is conciliatory. Well, he's nothing if not fastidious about his terms, and I think it's an accurate description, don't you? Did he think of your subs as lovers? Christian's brow creases once more, but this time he's thinking. He turns the sob smoothly north once again. Where are we going? No, they were sexual partners, he murmurs, his voice cautious again. You're my only lover, and I want you to be more. Oh, there's that magical word again, brimming with possibility. It makes me smile, and inside I hug myself, trying to contain my joy. I know, I whisper, trying hard to hide my excitement. I just need some time, Christian, to get my head around these last few days. He glances at me oddly, perplexed, his head inclined to one side. After a beat, the traffic light we've stopped at turns green. He nods and turns the music up over, and our discussion is over. Van Morrison is still singing. They've been listening to Van Morrison for 5 hours. More optimistically now, about it being a marvelous night for moon dancing. I gaze out of the windows at the pines and spruces dusted gold by the fading light of the sun, their long shadows stretching across the road. Christian has turned into a more residential street, and we're heading west towards the Sound. Where are we going? I ask again, as we turn onto a road. I catch a road sign, 9th Avenue Northwest. I'm baffled. Surprise, he says, mysteriously. End of chapter! Alright, so we got through the rest of chapter 17, we got out of the world's worst therapy session, and now we're driving to a mystery place. After he was a whiny little bitch. But we will continue in just a moment. I need a very short break, and then we will continue with chapter 18. Grab a duck, grab a drink, grab a seat, and stay right there. Love a fur baby. I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I leave Ralph in charge. had to argue with a kitty cat who did not want to move his fluffy butt out my way. Okay, this piece of hair, all I want to do right now is go chirp. No, let it grow out. Someday I'll be able to tuck it behind my ears again. I just like vacuumed my head out and coughed my head off. It's supposed to clear everything out. It's you know what? It's like winter chesty bullshit. But this is gonna be all winter. It's gonna suck. So that's probably the last we're ever going to see of Dr. Flynn. Good riddance. He's terrible. I'm not sure what the point of that was, other than the author's very pathetic attempt to justify her creation and try and say he's not a monster. He is. Yes. None of what the shrink said is true. Some of it is, but not the way it's being applied. But let's press on. Let's see, how long is this chapter? I did look earlier, but then I forgot about it. I think we're good. Yeah, we should be able to get through this. Because then it works out perfectly. We get through 18 tonight. The next week we've got 19, 20, and then 21, 22 to wrap up the month and be close to Halloween. Though on Halloween, I'm probably going to be doing a gaming live stream. I'm hoping I will be able to get Until Dawn for then and play it. I heard there is some changes. There are some new endings. There are different outcomes, which is good because I've seen it played so many times that I was feeling like I'm going to know where all the potential deaths are, or at least some of them. And I know they moved some of the collectibles around to make it harder. And I heard that the trapdoor death is no longer an inescapable situation. I kind of call bullshit because that was the best one. If you weren't paying attention, that one really got you. Like I watched people who were really trying to do a perfect run get got by the trapdoor death, and it was like really good. Markiplier famously, if you've seen the animated of Markiplier playing Until Dawn. Still, I couldn't believe it at the time. They actually got so mad that he fucked up that he spent the entire night replaying the entire game. Like, I have gamer rage too, but that's a little much. Alright, chapter 18. Christian continues. Oh, wait, I forgot I wanted to say something about him throwing a hissy fit in the car, because I swear to God, the only reason he was being such a whiny little bitch and, like, yelling at her within, like, 2 seconds of her driving the car was because he wanted to drive the car. He wanted to drive. He didn't like her driving, so he threw a fit like a child, like a whiny little brat throwing a temper tantrum in the back seat because they didn't get their way. And you know what? He got what he wanted. It worked for him. She switched seats. She let him drive. He got what he wanted. It's a way to reinforce that throwing a fit is the way to get what you want. That's all he did. I would have told him to get out. Forget about changing seats with me. I would have pulled over and just been like, get out. You're not going to talk to me like that. You're not going to shout at me about my driving. You're going to sit there quietly, or you're going to get out and you can walk. You know, ever have your parents threaten to do that when you were being a brat in the back seat? It's like, if you don't stop, I will pull this car over. Wow, person in the chat. That is such a nice thing for you to say. Just wouldn't be Saturday unless somebody told me I'm ugly, right? Looks good on you. Christian continues to drive past single-story, well-kept clapboard houses where kids play basketball in their yards or cycle and run around in the street. It all looks affluent and wholesome, with the houses nestled among the trees. Perhaps we're going to visit someone. Who? A few minutes later, Christian turned sharply left, and were confronted by two ornate white metal gates that set in a 6-foot-high sandstone wall. Christian presses a button on the door handle, and an electric window hums quietly down into the doorframe. He punches a number into the keypad, and the gates swing open in welcome. He glances at me, and his expression has changed. He looks uncertain, even nervous. "What is it?" I ask, and I can't mask the concern in my voice. "An idea," he says quietly, and eases the sob through the gates. We head up a tree-lined lane just wide enough for 2 cars. On one side the tree ring is dense is On one side the tree ring Why can I not talk? On one side the tree No, it is badly written. Okay, this is not me. This is that. On one side the trees ring a densely wooded area. On the other there's a vast area of grassland where a once cultivated field has been left fallow. Grass and wildflowers have reclaimed it, creating a rural idyll, a meadow where the late evening breeze softly ripples through the grass and the evening sun gilds the wildflowers. It's lovely, utterly tranquil, and I can imagine myself lying in the grass and gazing up at the clear blue summer sky. The thought is tantalizing, yet makes me feel homesick for some strange reason. How odd. Is this supposed to be the meadow scene from Twilight? The lane curves around and opens into a sweeping driveway in front of an impressive Mediterranean-style house of soft pink sandstone. It's palatial. All the lights are on, each window brightly. Yes, this is supposed to be funny. Is that what you were trying to be? Illuminated in the dusk. There's a smart black BMW parked in front of a 4-car garage, and Christian pulls up outside the grand portico. I wonder who lives here. Why are we visiting? Christian glances anxiously at me as he switches off the car engine. "Will you keep an open mind?" he asks. I frown. "Christian, I've needed an open mind since the day I met you." He smiles ironically and nods. "Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. Let's go." The dark wood doors open, and a woman with dark brown hair, a sincere smile, and a sharp lilac suit stands waiting. I'm grateful I changed into my new navy shift dress to impress Dr. Flynn. Okay, I'm not wearing killer heels like her, but still, I'm not in jeans. Okay, the emphasis this book puts on freaking appearance. Okay, Soda King, I will tolerate people being jerks for so long, but you are on a line, so knock it off or get banned. Your choice. Mr. Gray, she smiles warmly and they shake hands. "Miss Kelly," he says politely, I think this scene got bumped to the 3rd movie. All right, you're done. Yeah. Of course, now you gotta make me get all techie and open Twitch and figure out how to ban your ass. Because it's not like I'm actually trying to do something. Bye, idiot. Okay, they should be gone. Or at least unable to comment. I'm not sure if it actually kicks them off the stream or just prevents them from chatting. I don't know Twitch all that well. But if they want to watch and rage impotently at the screen, they are welcome to do so as long as they keep their mouth shut. Okay, so yeah, this is the designer lady that I think is in the third movie because they look. If this is the house that I think it is, this is the one that he like said he was gonna buy for her or something. Yeah, that got bumped. I kind of getting the impression a lot of things in like second and third book got shifted around. But movies are like that when they have to deal with serials. That's why the Harry Potter TV series are going to put back in a lot of things that got just had to be cut out of the movies so that they wouldn't be like 12 hours long. But on a TV series, you can put them back in. Like most notably, Hermione's spew campaign is definitely going to centrally feature because that was the one thing people really missed that it wasn't in the movies because it's in the books and it's funny and it's sweet. You know, it gives Hermione a bit of a cuddly point that she takes up house elf rights and tries to like, campaign on their behalf when they don't want her to. It's a very Hermione thing to do. No, I think it just drops off at some point. I think it's in like the third or fourth book that she's obsessed with it, and then it just fades away and is like never mentioned again. So maybe they'll actually do something with it. She'll like host a house elf rally or something, or like convince house elves to go on strike. That would be great. She smiles at me and holds out her hand, which I shake. Her isn't he dreamy, gorgeous. Oh, 47 words as one. Again, somebody tell E.L. James you can actually put spaces between words, to put a bunch of dashes and connect them all. Her isn't he dreamy, gorgeous, wish he were mine. Flush does not go unnoticed. Olga Kelly, she announces Breeze. I almost said Ogle, literally, because that's what it was. I'm sure that's why her name is Olga. That was not her name in the movie. I think she's blonde even. Unless this is just a completely different scene. Anna Steele, I mutter back at her. Who is this woman? She stands aside, welcoming us into the house. It's a shock when I step in. The place is empty. Completely empty. We find ourselves in a large entrance hall. The walls are a faded primrose yellow with scuff marks where pictures must have once hung. All that remains are old-fashioned crystal light fixtures. The floors are dull hardwood. There are closed doors to either side of us, but Christian gives me no time to assimilate what's happening. Come, he says, and taking my hand, he leads me through the archway in front of us into a larger inner vestibule. It's dominated by a curved, sweeping staircase with an intricate iron balustrade, but he still doesn't stop. He takes me through the main living area, which is empty save for a large, faded gold rug. The biggest rug I've ever seen. Oh, and there are 4 crystal chandeliers. Who says something is the biggest rug they've ever seen? Like, seriously, you ever been to a carpet store? But Christian's intentions are clear now as we head across the room and outside through the French doors to a large stone terrace. Below us, there's half a football field of manicured lawn, but beyond that is the view. Wow. The panoramic, uninterrupted vista is breathtaking, staggering even. Twilight over the sound. I assume this is the river sound, or where is the sound? Where is this? Is this a famous river? This is the Thames. All over again. This is the 4 billion mentions of the Thames. Now it's going to be the sound. But where is it? I don't know what it is. I don't know. She's not being clear. We're in Portland, aren't we? Or Seattle? I think I've heard of it, but I didn't. Am I thinking of the Seine? Am I thinking of France? Am I accidentally thinking of France? I might be. Oh, absolutely melting. They've got the heat up too high. I know people were complaining it was cold because we got a cold snap and the heat wasn't on yet, but now it's too high. No, there's a big bad kitty next to me. He's a very big bad kitty. He's also making a habit out of sleeping on the dog pillow. Nothing good can come of this. And they're already at war, so I'm not sure what they're going to do to each other next. But the kitty's definitely, like, I don't know if he wants to be closer to me because he's experimenting with being more affectionate, or if he's genuinely just laying on the dog pillow to piss off the dog. In the distance lies Bainbridge Island. It's got to be a real place. Farther still, on this crystal clear evening, the setting sun slowly sinks, glowing blood and flame orange. Beyond Olympic National Park. Oh, that's real. I've heard of that. Vermilion hues bleed into the cerulean sky with opals and aquamarines, and meld with the darker purples of the scant wispy clouds in the land beyond the sound. I feel like the colors. Oh, great. More trolls. Probably the same guy. Seriously, you make your YouTube handle Frank Hassel? How very original. You get one warning, then you get manhammered. I realize I'm holding my breath in awe, and Christian is still holding my hand. As I reluctantly turn my eyes away from the view, he's gazing anxiously at me. You brought me here to admire the view? I whisper. He nods, his expression serious. It's staggering, Christian, thank you. I murmur, letting my eyes feast on it once more. He releases my hand. How would you like to look at it for the rest of your life? He breathes. This is the house that he buys for her, so yeah. This scene got moved to like after the honeymoon, which makes more sense. What? I whip my face back to his, startled blue eyes to pensive gray. I think my mouth drops open and I gape at him blankly. I've always wanted to live on the coast. I sail up and down the sound coveting these houses. This place hasn't been on the market for long. I want to buy it, demolish it, and build a new house. For us. He whispers. His eyes glow, translucent with his hopes and dreams. Holy cow. Somehow I remain upright. I'm reeling. Live here? In this beautiful haven? For the rest of my life? It's just an idea, he adds cautiously. There we go. Wow, 2 trolls in one night. I must be getting a reputation. Okay, how many troll accounts does one person frickin' need? And also, you want to, like, make fun of me when clearly you have no goddamn life? If you have 3 troll accounts at the ready that you can just jump around? Like, seriously? Oh, dude, if you're referring to this is heat rash. This is called been sweating and rubbing my face all day. which made my skin break out. You know, when it was doing things. Oh, why is there trash bags on the wall? No, from sweating inside and rubbing my skin. The trash bags are in front of the curtains because if I'm recording during the day, the sun is on that side. There's a huge window right behind me, and the light coming through the red curtains makes it look like my head is on fire and makes everything glow red on a camera. So I put the black trash bags up. They come down, they're just on a hook. But I put them up when I'm going to be recording with the sun behind me so that it doesn't blind out the camera with red light. I glanced back to assess the interior of the house. How much is it worth? Must be what, $5-10 million? I have no idea. Holy shit. Why do you want to demolish it? I asked, looking back at him. His face falls. Oh no. I'd like to make a more suitable home using the latest ecological techniques. Elliot could build it. I gazed back at the room again. Miss Olga Kelly is on the far side, hovering at the entrance. She's the realtor, of course. I noticed the room is huge and double height, a little like the great room at Escala. There's no balcony above. That must be the landing on the second floor. And there's a huge fireplace and a whole line of French doors opening onto the terrace. It has old world charm. Can we look around the house? He blinks at me. Sure. He shrugs, puzzled. Why has he not already bought this? Now we have 3 people trolling in the chat. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, nobody's making you be here, ass clown, so take your happy self elsewhere. Okay, that may be the creepiest request I've gotten all day. And earlier somebody asked me to sing. Miss Kelly's face lights up like Christmas when we head back in. She's delighted to take us on a grand tour and gives us the spiel. The house is enormous, 12,000 square feet on 6 acres of land. As well as the main living room, there's banquet inn, kitchen with a family room attached. Family. A music room, a library, a study, and much to my amazement, an indoor pool and exercise suite with a sauna and steam room attached. So excessive. Downstairs in the basement, there's a cinema, cheese, and a game room. Okay, I'll take those. Really? See, now I'm just curious if this is actually 4 different people or if this is just one moron with like 3 cell phones and way too many troll accounts. Oh, so you're admitting it's one asshole. Like, thank you for making it so easy for me to report just all of your accounts to YouTube so you can lose them all at once. That's just so great. Thank you for making that so easy. And you make any more comments like that, you really are going to find your ass in trouble because I don't fucking play. You picked the wrong bitch to try and scare with that shit. But I will fucking come after you. Okay, YouTube don't play with you making real world kind of threats like that, and they got a very wide range of what they consider that to be. So keep running your damn mouth, see what happens. You are aware that police take this shit seriously, moron. There's no such thing as anonymity on the internet. So, yeah, keep running your mouth. What sort of games we could play in here? Miss Kelly points out all sorts of features, but basically the house is beautiful and was obviously at one time a happy family home. It's a little shabby now, but nothing some TLC couldn't cure. As we follow Miss Kelly up the magnificent main stairs to the second floor, I can hardly contain my excitement. This house has everything I could ever wish for in a home. Couldn't you make the existing house more ecological and self-sustaining? Christian blinks at me nonplussed. I'd have to ask Elliot. He's the expert in all this. Okay, now you're gone. Okay, seriously, dude. You have a problem if you have this many troll accounts. I can see that. You're a persistent jackass, I'll give you that. Neither of my eyes is swollen shut, dude. My eyes are perfectly normal. Well, other than my under eyeliner is wiped off. But my eyes are fine. How do we only have like 50 pages of, well, more like 100 pages of this left, but seriously. I didn't think we'd get through this book so quickly. Why does this one feel like it's a faster read than the other one? I don't know why. Because it's really not. It's, in terms of page length, it's like equal. Hey, Persnickety. Good to see ya. Hug Sasha for me. Sick her on the trolls in the chat, please. You missed the comments that were already deleted. Some of them were real doozies from the same idiot that's still here. This is like his 8th account. Because he has been banned on like 7 of them already. But don't worry, YouTube will be getting an email about his dumbass tomorrow and all of his account names. See, here we go. This is true. And this proves it because you don't make stupid statements like that, you moron. And that's after claiming you have my phone number. So, really, you want YouTube to do something real about you? You're very much heading that way. Miss Kelly leads us into the master's suite where full-height windows open onto a balcony and the view is still spectacular. I could sit in bed and gaze out all day, watching the sailboats and the changing weather. There are 5 additional bedrooms on this floor. Kids. I pushed the thought hastily to one side. I have too much to process already. Miss Kelly is busily suggesting to Christian how the grounds could accommodate riding stables and a paddock, Horses. Terrifying images of my few riding lessons flashed through my mind. Christian doesn't appear to be listening. The paddock would be where the meadow is now? I ask. Yes, Miss Kelly says brightly. To me, the meadow looks like somewhere to lie in the long grass and have picnics, not some four-legged fiend of Satan to roam. Okay, so really going for the meadow scene from Twilight, but why does she hate horses? I've always wanted to ride a horse. I got to pet one once. There was one of those like neighborhood community picnics. And the police and like fire department were there, like showing off the truck to the kids, and the cops were on horseback, so I got to pet the horse, which was really cool. They're huge. Like, it would definitely be intimidating to ride one of these horses. Like, not that all horses are that big, but these are like super huge, super strong, police horses. These are not like little show ponies. These things are big. Good one, Snickerdoodles. Pet the Sasha for me. How is Sasha girl, by the way? We need an update. How are her plans of revenge against the rabbits? How many blackboards is she up to? Does it involve anything with the word Acme on it? Oh, there's a hell of a name for a troll account. I mean, do you just deliberately make them disgusting, or is that accidental? In the main room, Miss Kelly discreetly disappears, and Christian leads me out once more onto the terrace. The sun is set, and the lights from the town on the Olympic Peninsula are twinkling on the far side of the Sound. Christian pulls me into his arms and tips my chin up with his index finger, staring intently down at me. A lot to take in, he asks, his expression unreadable. I nod. I wanted to check that you liked it before I bought it. The view? He nods. I love the view, and I like the house that's here. You do? I smile shyly. Christian, you had me at the meadow. His lips part as he inhales sharply, and then his face transforms with a grin. His hands are suddenly thrusting into my hair, and his mouth is on mine. Okay, the real estate agent's like in the next room. I know he's got an exhibition thing, but come on. Back in the car, we head for Seattle. Christian's mood has lifted considerably. So you're going to buy it, I ask. Yeah, all of this was in the third movie. I thought it was in the third book. So I'm just completely, wasn't expecting this here. Time for a refill. I'm only one glass in. Usually it'd be on my third by now. Well, second heading into third. You screenshotted what? Me pouring a drink? I'm sure that'll really break the internet. Ew, persnickety, don't give him ideas. Ew. I mean, girl, I feel you and you're right, but ew, I don't want to think about that. Yes, you'll put a Scala on the market? He frowns. Why would I do that? To pay for... My voice trails off. Of course. I flush. He smirks at me. Trust me, I can afford it. Do you like being rich? Who the fuck asked this question? I'm aware, but God, ew! Okay, ew! It's still ew! And I say that as somebody who has no objection to being paid for sex or nude pictures, but still ew. In this case. Agreed, persnickety. Why do you think I'm not overly stressing? That, and at some point it's like whack-a-mole if you're going to go to all the trouble to have 14 different troll accounts. God. I've never made a troll account on any site. I've had comments taken down for running my mouth, certainly, but I've never had a troll account. I stand by what I fucking say. You can disagree with me, you can ban me, whatever, but I'm going to be the person who said it and not hide behind some lame-ass, pathetic 47 different names with no pictures so nobody can hold me accountable for what I say. Because I've had people ask me, like, you don't really mean that. If you were thinking about what you were saying, you wouldn't say it. It's like, no, bitch, you don't understand. I think about everything I say before I say it. I make the choice to say it. Because I'm that person that will get in your goddamn face sometimes. You can always tell when people aren't used to being stood up to, because the second you do it, they look confused. Wealth isn't something I've ever aspired. Do you like being rich? Yes. Show me someone who doesn't, he says darkly. He's got a point there. Okay, get off that subject quickly. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too if you say yes, he says so. I'm sorry, is there a How to Be Rich 101? Does he have a secret douchebag society club he's going to take her to? Is this where she got the idea for that stupid finishing school that Alessia goes to in the other book that we see for like 2 minutes and I thought was a setup, and then it's just nothing? Wealth isn't something I've ever aspired to, Christian. I frown. Yeah, she's still buried under college loans. She's not thinking about being rich. She's thinking about student debt. I know. I love that about you. But then again, you've never been hungry, he says simply. His words are sobering. Okay, I'm sorry, but fuck you. I grew up in what is now politely called a food insecure situation. I've never aspired to be wealthy. Just well off. Not even well off, just comfortable. That's all I care about. If my bills are covered and I have like, I don't know, $100 for like entertainment through the month, I'm decent. Actually, I could change the 100 to like 30 easily, because if I can go to a movie once a month, I'm good. Which reminds me, I really do want to go see Joker. I'm hoping it's still playing in 2 weeks when I can go to the theater. That is gonna be my Halloween treat to myself, is a movie ticket. It's going to the theater. But I'm not paying Sunday prices though, no fucking way. I looked, it's like $28. No way. I'm not paying that for a movie. I could buy like probably 2 Blu-rays for that. So no. We'll go to the matinee, which is better anyway, because then it's not crowded, and I don't like movies when they're crowded, because somebody's always talking. But if you can go like middle of the week, middle of the afternoon. Persnickety, you know me too well. Where are we going? I asked brightly, changing the subject. To celebrate. Christian relaxes. Oh? Excuse me. Oh, ow, bubble, ow. Celebrate what? The house? Have you forgotten already? Your acting editor role. Oh yeah, that job she's completely unqualified for. But he's claiming that he did not put her into because he owns the company. She completely got it on merit. Got that, everyone? It's the company line. Literally. Oh yes, I grin. Unbelievably, I had forgotten. Where? Up high at my club? Your club? Yes, one of them. Why am I not surprised that he belongs to multiple gentlemen's clubs? The Mile High Club is on the 76th floor of the Columbia Tower, higher even than Christian's apartment. It's very trendy and has the most head-spinning views over Seattle. Cristal, ma'am? Christian hands me a glass of chilled champagne as I sit perched on a bar stool. I'd be like the worst rich person ever because I don't like champagne. Also, I think she spelled Cristal wrong. Why, thank you, sir. I stressed the last word flirtatiously, batting my eyelashes at him deliberately. He gazes at me and his face darkens. Are you flirting with me, Miss Steele? Yes, Mr. Gray, I am. What are you going to do about it? I'm sure I can think of something, he says, his voice low. Come, our table is ready. I'd be surprised if he just said come and expected her to perform. As we approach the table, Christian stops me, his hand on my elbow. Go and take your panties off, he whispers. Oh? A delicious tingle runs down my spine. Oh, we're getting more of his exhibitionism shit. Why is this never addressed? Why didn't she bring this up in therapy of why does he do this? Why does he often without her consent or any prior anything just need to publicly it plays into the voyeurism and the narcissism and a few other things, but there's the underlying something else of it is what she should be afraid of. This would be a line too far for me. Go, he commands quietly. Whoa, what? He's not smiling. He's dead serious. Every muscle below my waistline tightens. I hand him my glass of champagne, turning sharply on my heel and head for the restroom. Notice how she doesn't even think of saying no or of not doing it. Yes, that's entirely why. But, as I said, she just has entirely given up any sense of autonomy, of free will, of independent thought, independent movement, making decisions for herself. She's just gone. So, officially, at 1 and 2/3 of a book, she is no longer in control of herself in any way. I'm saying from this point on, she's completely under his thrall. She has no free or independent will and is no longer making her own choices in any aspect of her life. So before he's even put a ring on it, he physically and mentally owns her in every possible way. I guess he'd honed his cult leader skills right up to that level, and he found the perfect stupid lump of clay to turn into. Snickety, you weren't here when we played the burning video. All right, let me know when you're settled and you got a drink in your hand. I'll play it again. I do have to fix it because I noticed at the last second there was a glitch in the middle. But that's because I fixed something else and they didn't notice. But I'll fix it. I gotta figure out how to put a sub tab on book club and just post the burn videos there as they stack up, because there's 3 of them now, soon to be 4. You gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the covers that I've skinned though. I want to mount them some way. People do fake those rhino heads on their walls. I want to do that with the covers of the books that I've skinned because I hunted them. It won't be for a bit. People making me do work and shit. Oh, I feel ya. I want somebody to be making me do work and shit because I need a fucking paycheck, especially going into the holidays. But fingers crossed I get replies. I did send out over 40 resumes this week because all the big seasonal hiring stuff is in full swing. So hopefully I will hear back from somebody. It's not even that I haven't been getting that much of a reply. I've been getting pretty steady replies. It's some of it is the noise, some of it just doesn't always riddle me this. Why do places interview and then say, "Oh yeah, the job doesn't start until January"? So why are you having an interview in October? And can you please actually put that on the job ad that, by the way, the job doesn't actually start for 3 months? Because that would have been nice to know. Though people do gotta stop sending me jobs for which you have to speak French, because I don't speak French, and I've made this very clear to Indeed. I even emailed them and said, like, is there a setting or something that I can, because you can list yourself as being bilingual to have more opportunities, which I have never done because I am not. My resume on there says I speak English and only English, which is true. Yet I keep getting all these jobs where you have to be bilingual, job offers, I mean, and it's like, no, I can't help you with that. Sorry. You know, if I could, I'm there for you, but I do not speak that language. I know maybe I probably have like 50 words in French, and if somebody was speaking really slowly, I could translate some very basic shit, and that's about it. There's still a big fat kitty on the dog pillow, and nope, doggy's on the couch. Probably got his head stuffed down the corner. Really gotta put ketchup on him one day and take like a headless dog horror picture. The problem is the second I start putting ketchup on him, he's gonna start eating it and not hold still. Shit. What is he going to do? Perhaps this club is aptly named. Well, it's called the Mile High Club, so doi. The restrooms are the height of modern design, all dark wood, black granite, and pools of light from strategically placed halogens. Actually sounds like a bathroom of a pizza place I went to once. It was so dark. Literally, it was so dark. There was individual stalls. There wasn't like a full, like, separate bathroom. It was so goddamn dark. I literally couldn't see how to flush the toilet or the controls on the sink. I had to turn it. Thankfully, I had my phone. I had to turn the flashlight on my phone to be able to see what I was doing. And yes, there was a light in the room technically, and it was on, but it was an all black, either marble or granite, like the walls, the floor, the ceiling, everything, the fixtures, the sink, the toilet, everything was black, 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 black. And then they had this one super high ceilings, like 9-10 foot ceilings. And they had one tiny little puck, like halogen light that wasn't even shining like a foot down. So you could not see. And when I told the waitress, I'm like, why are the bathrooms pitch black? And she's like, yeah, everybody says that. We've told the owner, we've told him, we've told him, we've told him. And I'm like, okay, here's the thing you've heard 47,000 times a day. And some idiot got told that it was trendy or something stupid. This place had just opened. It was brand new. That's why we went there to check it out. And it's like, yeah, somebody sold the idiot owner who has more money than sense on design over function. You know, that's the thing when you hire a designer for a like business space of any kind or a public space of any kind, you have to make sure that they understand it is a functional space. Design is second to function. If it doesn't work, then don't do it. And I don't care how cool it looks, it still has to work. You know, this is why my idiot bank has chairs that don't meet the definition of a chair. but they're in their custom color, so I guarantee they cost a fortune. And some moron said, "Oh, these are so trendy. This is how all the big hotels are going." Well, you're a bank and people need a chair to fucking sit on that has a back on it, you moron. You're not a nightclub that needs to look trendy. You're a bank. You need chairs that are chairs. Like, stop trying to. Like, there's a time and place to care about design and aesthetics and that shit. But most places don't know when they're not that. Banks, law office, doctor's offices. If you're concerned about the decorating, you suck at those jobs. I remember when my lawyer's office was redecorating for once. This is after like 15 years, so I kind of don't mind that they were changing the art on the walls, but it was a giant mess. They had an office dog that was very unhappy because everything was changing and moving, so she was just like under the coffee table in the waiting room looking unhappy. She's a great dog, though. Little Cocker Spaniel thing, so cute. She knew how to stand up and open all the doors, so she'd let herself into meetings and just randomly go around and get petted by whoever would pet her. And you definitely could not leave a sandwich on your desk or she'd have it. She was a cute girl. Again, I'm grateful I changed into my navy blue shift dress. I thought it appropriate attire to meet the good Dr. Flynn. I hadn't expected the evening to take this unexpected course. I'm excited already. Why does he affect me so? Because he's been slipping roofies and ecstasy into everything you've eaten and drank since you met, and that's why he's always pestering you to eat. So that the drugs don't wear off and he can keep you under control. I slightly resent how easily I've fallen under his spell. I know now we won't be spending the evening talking through all our issues and recent events. But how can I resist him? Seriously, bitch? Seriously, how can I resist him? How? How can I not give in to this abusive control freak and take my panties off in a public place knowing that he's definitely going to try to put something in my vagina under the table in public? How can I possibly resist him? Oh, dear God. Alright, now we're getting caught up. And yes, I'm keeping track on the side of the box of how many glasses I'm having because I've never had wine out of a box before. And it says it contains X amount, but I am sus of this. So I drew a circle for every glass that it should contain if filled to the usual level. And as I fill them in, that's how many it should have. So if it comes up short, then I know they lie about how much is in the box. Is this a stupid science experiment with the word science misspelled? Yep. Am I having fun doing it anyway? Yep. I take a deep breath and head back out into the club. I mean, it's not as if I haven't gone pantyless before. My inner goddess is draped in a pink feather boa and diamonds, strutting her stuff in fuck me shoes. See, we should have had this in the movie. They should have had like little cutaways to the voice in her head looking like this. You know, you can get a different actress to play the subconscious if Dakota Johnson doesn't want to do it. You know, that would make more sense because your idealized version of yourself is going to be different anyway. Christian stands politely when I return to the table, his expression unreadable. He looks his usual perfect, cool, calm, and collected self. Of course, I now know differently. Sit beside me, he says. I slide into the seat and he sits. I've ordered for you. I hope you don't mind. Okay, you didn't need to have him say, I hope you don't mind, because he doesn't give a flying fuck if she minds. If she minds, then she's wrong because he's right and he knows what she should be eating anyway. And he always orders for her, like, come on. Kitty's like melted over the pillow. Don't bet. He has been putting on winter weight even though I did inform him he doesn't need to. I told him he's already a big fat kitty. With lots of fur. And very thick. He doesn't need to put on any winter weight, but he won't be told. And after a while, all his yowling just makes me feed him again anyway, so shut up. Half the time he sits there and whines at me for food when he's already got food. He just wants more food. He just wants to be given the respect of being fed is what he wants. It's like, you will remember that you are my human and you do what you say, so feed me. He's very loud when he wants to be. And right now he's just mad that the bathroom smells like burnt paper. So I'm sure I'll be getting it for a couple days because of that. That was after yesterday I cleaned the whole bathroom with bleach and he hates that smell, so he was already pissed and he couldn't curl up in the sink because it smelled like bleach. And he doesn't like the bleach smell on his fur. He hands me my half-finished glass of champagne, regarding me intently, and under his scrutiny my blood heats anew. He rests his hands on his thighs, and I tense and part my legs slightly. The waiter arrives with a dish of oysters on crushed ice. Oysters. The memory of the two of us in a private dining room at the Heathman fills my mind. I'd completely forgotten about that scene. We were discussing his contract. Oh boy, we've come a long way since then. In terms of page count, yes. In terms of relationship development, no. I think you liked oysters last time you tried them. His voice is low, seductive. Only time I've tried them. I'm all breathy, my voice exposing me. His lips twitch with a smile. I'm gonna have to put up with public sex scene, aren't I? Oh, when you're trying to scratch your eye without taking all your makeup off, because it was really hard to apply. Really? Interesting. Idiot troll actually sent a PayPal transaction for $0. I didn't even know you could do that. Apparently you can. But seriously, you go to all the trouble to send a PayPal transaction just to send an insult? Really? And it's not even a good one. It's something that was already in the chat. And again, it's really not even a good insult. All he said is, you are so big. And he apparently also has fake PayPal accounts, so that'll be fun to let them know. Because when I show them that, they will delete the account. I'm aware, Snickerdoodles, and that is worrisome. Fortunately, my real name doesn't exist much in the real world. I mean, yeah, my various, hydro, water, power, whatever is in that name, but nobody public has access to that. And my phone number and my email are most certainly not under that name. So I'm not sure what all he'll be able to find out. No, you're entirely right for Snickety. That's entirely why he did it. He saw an opportunity to get my real name, and that's why he did it. You're entirely right. And yes, all those cop shows are playing in the back of my head right now, but I'm live right now and trying to put on a brave face for the children. The paranoia I'll allow it later. And yeah, I'm going to be making some phone calls to protect some things, but other than that. and if I need to, I can always change my number for free. If it's due to harassment, they'll always change it for free. That's one thing I can say about phone companies here. I don't know if that's true in the States. I would hope so. But yeah, anytime I've had to change my number because of harassment, they do it for free, and they're good about it. They're decent, and they know how to like disconnect and not without like leaving a forwarding address kind of thing. And yeah, so yeah, I love the comment. I watch all the cop shows. Yes, I watch all the cop shows too. Believe me, I know. My head's already 57 levels of yeah. Did you ever watch the Tia Carrere show Stalker? It was too brief in my opinion, and I had high hopes for it because I like the concept, but then it wasn't extremely well realized. So I kind of get why it only got. Did it get canceled after one season or two? It might have gotten two. I think it got two. But I like the concept, but the execution was quite poor. Yeah. I really hope they'll do a Law and Order Stalker someday, because they could do it right. They've got the money. Yeah, they sent a transaction for 7 cents. Which apparently PayPal has a transaction fee that's exactly that amount, so this person must have known that. One of these times I'm really gonna sneeze in the mouth with a wine. That's gonna suck. No, I'm definitely gonna like hold up the book to protect my keyboard and my screen. It wouldn't hurt the screen though. I just have to clean it, but it will definitely hurt my keyboard, and I don't have another one. But yeah, Christmas is coming up. That's when I do my electronic shopping. This year on the list, I've got keyboard, backup keyboard, backup headset, and off-brand generic discount Joy-Cons for Switch is on my list. And I could use a decent pair of like some kind of Bluetooth, either earbuds or speakers for in bed. Because I have little like $3 Bluetooth earbuds, but the problem is they suck. They're really quiet. And they do that thing where you put your fingers in your ears and then all you can hear is your own breathing. They make that happen, and it's annoying because then I can't hear what I'm trying to listen to because all I can hear is me breathing. So it's not good. Oh, Miss Steele, when will you learn? He muses. He takes an oyster from the dish and lifts his other hand from his thigh. I flinch in anticipation, but he reaches for a slice of lemon. Why are you flinching in anticipation? He lifts an oyster to feed it to you, and you're flinching in anticipation. Is that a typo? Or are you planning for him to hit you with the oyster? There's something creepy in that statement, and I'm not quite sure what it is. Eat, he says, holding the shell close to my mouth. I part my lips, and he gently places the shell on my bottom lip. Tip your head back slowly, he murmurs. I do as he asks, and the oyster slips down my throat. He doesn't touch me. Only the shell does. This is supposed to be sexy. When all I can think is if somebody did that to me, I would definitely projectile vomit. Christian helps himself to one, then feeds me another. We continue this torturous routine until all 12 are gone. His skin never connects with mine. It's driving me crazy. What did he put on the oysters while she was in the bathroom? They were waiting when she got back, and he had her unprotected glass. He definitely roofied her again. I'm saying this time like GHB or Rohypnol, because that's why she's getting all horny. And yes, I know oysters are an aphrodisiac, but I also think that's bullshit. The only things I will confirm that actually have an effect on libido are chocolate and peas. Now I just want a big bar of chocolate. So I'm not. No, I'm not really in the mood for sweet peas with salt and like tomato. That would be good. Yeah, can summer sweet peas, the mushy kind, with some salt and like some grilled tomato, like char grilled, so you get that like black and that like grill flavor. That would be nice. Maybe some grilled watermelon in there too. That would be really good. Still like oysters? He asks as I swallow the final one. I nod, flushed, craving his touch. Good. I squirm in my seat. Why is this so hot? It isn't. He puts his hand casually on my thigh again, and I melt. Now, please, touch me. My inner goddess is on her knees, naked except for her panties, begging. He runs his hand up and down my thigh, lifts it, then places it back where it was. He just lifted her leg up for like 1 second. Why? Why? What's the little girl that Elmira. Looney Tunes. Sylvester and Tweety, the little girl, they had a spin-off with her. I think her name was Elmira. The redhead little girl, and she was famous. Her only line was always going, "Why? Why?" I think it was Elmira. There was briefly a spin-off with like Tweety and her, and I think Sylvester, or maybe Bugs Bunny. One of the two. Something like that. The waiter tops up our champagne glasses and whisks away our plates. Moments later, he's back with our entrees. Sea bass. I don't believe it. Served with asparagus, sauteed potatoes, and hollandaise sauce. A favorite of yours, Mr. Gray? Most definitely, Miss Steele. Though I believe it was cod at the Heathman. So he made them recreate the meal. His hand moves up and down his thigh. My breath spikes. He still hasn't touched me. It's so frustrating. I try to concentrate on our conversation. So why is he doing this? He's obviously like just psychologically fucking with her because he can. So is he doing it to like pressure her into saying yes, or like what? I don't get the point. I seem to remember we were in a private dining room then discussing contracts. Happy days, he says, smirking. This time I hope to get to fuck you. He moves his hand down to pick up his knife. Gah! He takes a bite out of his sea bass. He's doing this on purpose. Don't count on it, I murmur with a pout as he glances at me. Speaking of contracts, I add, the NDA. Tear it up, he says simply. Whoa? What? Really? Yes. You're sure I'm not going to run to the Seattle Times with an expose? I tease. He laughs, and it's a wonderful sound. He looks so young. No, I trust you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Oh, I grin shyly. Ditto, I breathe, because now we're ripping off Ghost. His eyes light up. I'm very glad you're wearing a dress, he murmurs. And bam, desire courses through my already overheated blood. Why haven't you touched me then? I hiss. Missing my touch? He asks, grinning. He's amused. The bastard. Yes, I seethe. Eat, he orders. You're not going to touch me, are you? No, he shakes his head. What? I gasp out loud. Just imagine how you'll feel when we're home, he whispers. I can't wait to get you home. It'll be your fault if I combust here on the 76th floor, I mutter through gritted teeth. Oh, Anastasia, we'd find a way to put the fire out, he says, grinning salaciously at me. Fuming, I dig into my sea bass, and my inner goddess narrows her eyes in quiet, devious contemplation. We can play this game, too. I learned the basics during our meal at the Heathman. I take a bite out of my sea bass. It is melt-in-the-mouth delicious. I close my eyes, savoring the taste. When I open them, I begin my seduction of Christian Grey. This is going to get stupid so fast. Savoring the taste, when I open them, I begin my seduction of Christian Grey, very slowly hitching my skirt up, exposing more of my thighs. Honey, he's got detailed videos and scans of every inch of your entire body already, believe me. Christian pauses momentarily, a forkful of fish suspended midair. If you're going to use the term a forkful suspended in midair, don't put fish on it when you're trying to get people in the mood, because you don't want the words fish and vagina too close to each other. I'm just saying. Touch me. After a beat, he resumes eating. I take another bite of sea bass, ignoring him. Then putting down my knife, I run my fingers up the inside of my lower thigh, lightly tapping my skin with my fingertips. It's distracting even to me, especially as I'm craving his touch. Christian pauses once more. I know what you're doing. His voice is low and husky. I know you know, Mr. Grey. I reply softly. That's the point. I pick up an asparagus stalk, gaze. Oh God, she's gonna blowjob the asparagus and I'm gonna vomit. Gaze sideways at him from beneath my lashes, then dip the asparagus into the hollandaise sauce, swirling the tip around and around. Okay, I'm not saying I haven't done things like this when having a meal with somebody and manipulating them like this, because I definitely did, but I was a teenager. Okay, I was 14 and I was teasing somebody that I was seeing in an intimate fashion, and we were both into it, so... And what I don't think I could do this as an adult. I'm 37 years old. I don't think I could do this. I really don't. I think I'd be too embarrassed because it's so silly. As a teenager, it works because it's the highest level of seduction that you've got. But as an adult, it's like a teenager when if a guy bought you a bag of Cheetos out of a vending machine, that was such a sweet gesture, okay? Standards change. You grow the hell up. Oh. But hey, we were just told by his therapist that he basically stopped emotionally maturing at 11, so there you go. No, I hear Puppy eating his dinner. He's late. But he wasn't eating today because he was busy. He was busy barking at balcony people most of the day. They're not usually so active on Saturday, but today they were. And they will be tomorrow, too. How they're even working tomorrow, I don't know. It's Sunday, and it's a holiday. It's Thanksgiving. So why the fuck are they working A on a Sunday, which they're not allowed to do, and B on a holiday weekend? Where are they working at all on a holiday weekend? It's a 4-day weekend. Go home. You're not turning the tables on me, Miss Steele. Smirking, he reaches over and takes the spear from me, amazingly and annoyingly managing not to touch me again. No, this isn't right. This is not going according to plan. Gah. Open your mouth, he commands. I love that every time he tells her to do something, it's now orders or commands. There's no longer, she's dropped the ambiguity at all. It's now... And you're supposed to be loving that, oh, he commands her and it's so sexy. And don't you just want someone to do this to you? Seek help if you want someone to do this to you. Or call me. I'm losing this battle of wills. I glance up at him again and his eyes blaze bright gray. Parting my lips a fraction, I run my tongue across my lower lip. Christian smiles and his eyes darken further. Wider, he breathes, his lips parting so I can see his tongue. I groan inwardly and bite my bottom lip, then do as he asks. I hear his sharp intake of breath. He's not so immune. Good. I'm finally getting to him. Keeping my eyes locked on his, I take the spear in my mouth and suck gently, deliciously on the end. The hollandaise sauce is mouth-watering. I bite down, moaning quietly in appreciation. Christian closes his eyes. Yes. When he opens them again, his pupils have dilated. The effect on me is immediate. I groan and reach out and touch his thigh. To my surprise, he uses his other hand to grab my wrist. Oh, no, you don't, Miss Steele, he murmurs softly, raising my hand to his mouth. He gently brushes my knuckle with his lips, and I squirm. Finally, more, please. No, don't touch, he scolds me quietly and places my hand back on my knee. It's so frustrating. This brief, unsatisfactory contact, you don't play fair, I pout. I know. He picks up his champagne glass to propose a toast, and I mirror his actions. Congratulations on your promotion, Miss Steele. We clink glasses and flush. I said No more fucking blowjob scenes. I cannot. There was like 4 in last week. Well, there were 4 sex scenes. 2 of them were blowjobs. I cannot with the fuck. You know, there's a reason when I audition people to roleplay with, I have a very strict no oral rule that I often need to explain. People really think that's one-sided. It's not. I feel like guys, like when I say I don't do oral, they're like, so you don't go down on me, but I can still go down on you, right? No, idiot. But I can still put my fingers in your mouth. No, you can't, moron. Learn what the word no means. It's kind of unexpected, I murmur. He frowns as if some unpleasant thought has crossed his mind. Eat, he orders. I'm not taking you home until you've finished your meal, and then we can really celebrate. His expression is so heated, so raw, so commanding, and melting. Okay, so now all this, like, literally in the last 3 to 5 chapters, everything that used to send her running from him and that she was afraid of is now the things that are turning her on. Which is just the absolute proof that he's completely successfully brainwashed her and has now changed all of her instincts and, you know, what she naturally was inclined to feel towards his aggressive tendencies. Now they're a turn on. I'm not hungry. Not for food. He shakes his head, thoroughly enjoying himself, but narrows his eyes at me just the same. Eat, or I'll put you across my knee, right here, and we'll entertain the other diners. The thing is, he would actually fucking do it. His words make me squirm. He wouldn't dare. Him and his twitchy palm. I press my mouth into a hard line and stare at him. Okay, what is with the old James and people pressing their mouths into a hard line? It's a fucking stupid repetitive line. Picking up an asparagus stalk, he dips it into the hollandaise. Eat this, he murmurs, his voice low and seductive. I willingly comply. Not willingly, you don't. You really don't eat enough. You've lost weight since I've known you. His tone is gentle. Gee, could that be from all the stress she's fucking under? I don't want to think about my weight. Truth is, I like being this slim. I swallow the asparagus. Okay, so I'm sorry. Did Book just admit that she is anorexic and deliberately so, and that she's deliberately underweight? Like, there's an extent of you do you, but it draws a line. And so if you're just admitting that, yes, she has an eating disorder and she basically starves herself all the time, as she does seem to do repeatedly, which puts him in direct contrast of his obsessions with food because he grew up starving, so he probably can't understand why a person would deliberately starve themselves. You know, and I'm not meaning to cast any. I've known people with serious eating disorders, very serious. I've known people who've died from it. So I know about it and I do take it seriously, but the book is not taking it seriously. It's writing it as an almost joke in the background that, oh, without him, she would like starve to death. And that's how he takes care of her by making sure that she eats enough, even though she starves herself. So she'll be thin and pretty and et cetera, which kind of, if that was more played out and that her anorexia issues were like more brought to the front, and that obviously comes with a whole lot of self-loathing and self-doubt and unworthiness feelings, that would make a lot more sense if that was played up as to why she would put up with his abuse, because it plays into her own worst characteristics. So they would have that mutual self-reinforcing the worst of their own, you know, behaviors. Because if his therapist is right, and I don't think he is, that yes, Christian Grey thinks the worst of himself. He thinks he's unloved, unworthy of love, and horrible person, blah, 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 blah. And she secretly thinks like kind of the same, because that's where a lot of anorexia, displaced anxiety goes to. Then they would make more sense, because they're self-reinforcing the most toxic aspects of each other's nature. But that is not fully fleshed out. It's in the background and became a fan theory. If it had actually been brought up and this was shown to be like 2 toxic people and it ends in a murder-suicide, I'd have a lot more respect. I just want to go home and make love, I murmur discontentedly. Christian grins. So do I, and we will. Eat up. Reluctantly, I turn back to my food and start to eat. Honestly, I've taken my panties off and everything. I feel like a child who's been denied candy. And such a delicious, hot, naughty tense, and all mine. I read that as it was written. It's bullshit. Ugh, melting. I got people pinging at me. Hi, Mark. Good to see ya. You dig out from under the books yet? How many term papers are you up to this week? I think you're in your final year now, right? You have 5 term papers due this week. You just started like last week. I know the UK school system's off the timeline of ours, but I don't think you're back that much. 1. Well, I'm glad the books let you go for a few minutes. Come say hi to Ralph. I haven't shown up Ralph in a minute. Here's Ralph. He's still waiting for friends. He needs more ducks to fill this stage. I gotta add more to this stage. I don't know what I'm gonna add, but I need to add something. I feel like maybe I want to add like mini like rings, like circus rings, you know, so the ducks can all have their own little like center stage, or maybe I should have like little name tags to put on the ducks so you can show up what people name them. But here's Ralph on our very Canadian stage. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody! I can't believe I forgot to say that until now. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone in Canada. It is Thanksgiving weekend. So it's a 4-day weekend. It's a holiday. A lot of people traveling, a lot of people, you know, getting together with family. I did ask him. I almost dropped the duck. Oh my god! Almost dropped Ralph. Oh my god! Okay, it's okay. Ralph, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's right there. It's right there. It's okay. It's okay. Ralph is good. But yeah, happy Turkey Day. Do you like your cranberry sauce that retains the shape of the can, or do you actually make it on the stove like a heathen? The correct answer is the one that's in the shape of the can that you slice. That's how that works. Yes, that's the only acceptable kind of cranberry sauce. Thank you for the tip, Mark. Okay, I was about to make it just the tip joke, but I'm not going to because you're married. And by that I mean I don't want to insult your wife. Because I hope to be friends with her someday. But yeah, Witch of Hearts and can't remember the rest of her name. Judy with the mystery stream. Judy with the mystery stream. I'd love to have her co-host. Mark, if you can give her my contact and or let her know that book club exists, I would love to have her co-host one evening and have the two of us just rip this thing apart. I think we could have some very good drunken fun together. I get the feeling we're very similarly inclined women who don't deal with bullshit. No, she has the advantage of actually having a life and a family and stuff, so that could be fun. He quizzes me about Ethan. As it turns out, Christian does business with Kate and Ethan's father. It's a small world. Gee, I wonder when that started. Could it be the day that he met her? I bet it is. I'm relieved he doesn't mention Dr. Flynn or the house, as I'm finding it difficult to concentrate on our conversation. Well, he put Rohypnol on all the oysters, so she's really high right now. I want to go home. The carnal anticipation is unfurling between us. He's so good at this, making me wait, setting the scene. Between bites, he places his hand on his thigh, so close to mine, but still doesn't touch me, just to tease me further. Bastard. I finally finish my food and place my knife and fork on the plate. Good girl, he murmurs, and those two words hold so much promise I'm gonna puke. Who was, Witch or Judy? Judy's got that vibe for sure. Okay, I know I need to slow down, but I will in a minute. Seriously? They both are? Where's my marker? I lost it. Help. Ow. Breaking my hand. Alright. You know what the difference between science and screwing around is? Writing it down. That's why this is science! Really? Because I'm an army medic and it's 1943. Or do I need to do something on YouTube? Because if I do, I don't know about it. And also, I'm incompetent, so you're going to have to explain. I really wanted a new duck tonight. I'm not giving up hope. Still have about 15 pages to left. I'm holding out hope for a new duck. Ralph is lonely and he wants a friend. I'm sending a prayer to the duck heavens that we will get a new duck. You know, and for Christmas, I really do want handcuffs. So if anybody is thinking of getting me a Christmas present or a Halloween present, getting me to put on handcuffs will definitely, fulfill my desires, shall we say. I would think it's a lovely way to spend Christmas. Or Thanksgiving. Or Halloween. I don't really give a damn about Thanksgiving. It's a family holiday and I don't have family, so it doesn't count. They don't care about Christmas other than like a couple aspects of it. I so wish I had an outlet on my balcony though. I was hoping they would add that when they redid the balconies. So there'd be an outlet on the outside so I could put up Christmas lights. Because I have Christmas lights. I have outdoor lights that I could put up. I have a few times when I could, but there's no outlet on the outside, so. But they're really nice ones too. And somewhere I have this ceramic Christmas tree that the same as the one my grandparents had growing up. And when I moved in my own place, I begged my grandmother to buy me one for Christmas so I'd have my own. It's a ceramic tree, put little plastic, like fake bulbs and fake birds in it, and it lights up. And the reason I stopped putting it up is because Thomas would steal the plastic things out of it. He just like I guess they're just the perfect size to fit in his mouth, and so he would just steal them. He didn't try to eat them or anything. He just stole them and like piled them up, and I'm not really sure why, other than he could. But I was afraid he'd choke on them. And I have a color change light up tree somewhere that I can't plug in, or I get too distracted by it. Plus, I can't have it up because Thomas attacks and like destroys because kitty tree attack. How do I clear you for action, Mark? DM me if I need to adjust a setting or something, or like click accept or something. DM me and let me know what I need to do, and I will do. Because we had about 12 different troll accounts, all one person earlier. It was all the same person. They actively admitted that it was all the one person. They just kept. I banned them on 4 different accounts and they kept coming back under different accounts, and even said at one point, quote, "I have an endless series of troll accounts." So this is somebody who like clearly has dozens, if not hundreds, of accounts pre-established to do this, because they were coming back in like almost every 60 seconds under a new name and just repeating the same insults, just calling, not even clever, just calling me fat and ugly and all that stuff. But then they did start getting a little more serious because they were saying things like they had my phone number, they were going to call me, they were saying they're like, I'm armed and dangerous was one of their quotes, or threatening to call me, threatening they had my address. Like, not that they do. I don't believe for a second they actually know any of that, but for somebody to say that, they are crossing a line, even if I don't believe them, which I don't. I don't think this person has any clue who I am in the real world or has any ability to hurt me in any way, but I don't understand people who will go into a random chat and just say things like that. It's like, why bother? That's something my cousins back in the day when they had those stupid like dial-up prank phone numbers where some of the early websites, prank websites, would be where, and I remember these, you could go to like prank.com and you could say like pizza delivery prank, and you type in a phone number and it will like prank robocall somebody. But the thing is, like, you as the person sending the prank, you don't get to hear it. You're not in on the call. You just did something that's going to call someone and annoy them. Because my cousins did this to me, and it was the giveaway was that it was actually a pretty decent automated voice, but it said like, this is Papa John's Pizza, calling about like the 7 pizzas you ordered and like asking for like payment and trying to be annoying. And the thing is, the area that I live in, we don't have Papa John's Pizza. The whole country doesn't. There's no Papa John's in Canada. So it was, it was dumb from the get-go. Okay, Mark, you are officially tasked with all the rights, privileges, and powers thereof to make the trolls go boom, boom, bye-bye. You have my official decree. No, Kitty looked so cute. He looked so cute. The girl down below, he looked so cute. I wish the puppy was here, but he's afraid of the kitty, so he's on the couch. And mea patria filia santo. I frowned at him. Now what? I asked, desire clawing at my belly. Oh, I want this man. Because he roofied her. Otherwise, there's no reason she's sexy right now. The best of your... Oh, wait. I skipped a line. Hold on. This is getting dumber so fast. Now we leave. I believe you have certain expectations, Miss Steele, which I intend to fulfill to the best of my ability. Whoa. The best of your, Bill... Itty? I stutter. Holy shit. See, she's slurring her words. She's had 1 glass of champagne, but she's slurring her words and can barely form a thought. Drugged. He grins and stands. Don't we have to pay? I ask breathlessly. He cocks his head to one side. I'm a member here. They'll bill me. Come, Anastasia. After you. He steps aside and I stand to leave, conscious that I'm not wearing my panties. He gazes at me darkly like he's undressing me, and I glory in his carnal appraisal. It just makes me feel so sexy. This beautiful man desires me. Will I always get a kick out of this? Deliberately stopping in front of him, I smooth my dress over my hips. Okay, we are just saying, obviously, if Book is playing that she's anorexic severely, obviously, then yeah, her wanting to be desired by him makes perfect sense. Because you're going down? Is wifey in town? Did she come home for a little while? You going spelunking? She's a very lucky woman. Mark, have you fed any ducks recently? See? You really should name a duck. I don't know if there's a judge or lawyer duck in the bag, but I'm sure we could come up with something. I still don't know what all the ducks are because I really do put them away like out of my sight between book clubs because I don't want to spoil. So I don't know what all of them are yet. Also, I put them away because the kitty really is trying to get the ducks. I'm not kidding. He's decided he thinks these are toys and he wants them. So I also put them in the cupboard for their own protection. Because Thomas does know he's not supposed to jump on my desk, like he knows, but if he's determined enough, it's a rule he's willing to break to get what he wants. Christian whispers in my ear, "I can't wait to get you home," but he still doesn't touch me. On the way out, he murmurs something about the car to the maitre d', but I'm not listening. My inner goddess is incandescent with anticipation. Geez, she could light up Seattle. Waiting by the elevators, we're joined by two middle-aged couples. When the doors open, Christian takes my elbow and steers me to the back. I glance around and we're surrounded by dark, smoked glass mirrors. And as the other couples enter, one man in a rather unflattering brown suit greets Christian. Gray, he nods politely. Christian nods in return but is silent. The couple stand in front of us, facing the elevator doors. They're obviously friends. The women chat loudly, excitedly, and animatedly after their meal. I think they're all a little tipsy. As the doors close, Christian briefly stoops down beside me to tie his shoelace. Odd. His shoelaces aren't untied. As he stands up, he's gonna fist her, I swear to God. Discreetly as he places his hand on my ankle, startling me. As he stands, his hand travels swiftly up my leg, skating deliciously over my skin, right up. I have to stifle my gasp of surprise as his hand reaches my backside. Christian moves behind me. I knew he cannot. What is his thing with elevators? That's what I would have asked. Okay, I'm officially making a list of questions that I would have asked Christian Gray's therapist. What is his obsession with fingering me in the elevator? There we go. If I'm his girlfriend, what is his obsession with this thing? Mark, my darling, if you're still listening, would this even be legal? I don't mean in terms of her consent. We can argue that all day, whether it's there or not, because I really could go either way on it right now, given her state of mind, but let's just say she's okay with this. He's fingering her under her dress in an elevator full of other people in public, in a private gentleman's club. Yeah, no, that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He ordered her to take her panties off, got her like horny drunk on oysters that I maintain were roofied. He also had her unattended drink, and she all of a sudden she eats one oyster and goes from like, thinking about the house and kind of pissed to being super horny. So he definitely roofied her and fed her a bunch of oysters while edging her with lack of touch. And now they're in the elevator where he's already ordered her to take her panties off in public, which she did without question. But he bent down to tie his not untied shoe and then stood up and stuck his hand, inside her, as he so often does in an elevator. But there's other people. There's like 3 other couples in the elevator. And again, he never asks her permission before he does this. He just does it. And this is like the 5th time in an elevator. He's got a thing about elevators, I'm telling you. I want to know, was the first time he and Elena ever fucked in an elevator? First time he ever, caught the scent of pussy? I don't know. He's got a thing about elevators, I swear to God. Oh my. I gape at the people in front of us, staring at the backs of their heads. They have no idea what we're up to. Wrapping his free arm around my waist, Christian pulls me to him, holding me there. in place as his fingers explore. Okay, I'm removing some consent points for the fact that he's physically restraining her. So if she wanted to move away from him, she now can't. So that is negating some potential consent, which I was giving in spite of her mental state right now. Holy fucking shit. In here, this is not the first time he's finger banged you in an elevator, you dumbass. The elevator travels smoothly down, stopping at the 53rd floor to let some more people on, but I'm not paying attention. I'm focused on every little move his fingers make, circling around, now moving forward, questing as we shuffle back. Again, I stifle a groan while his fingers find their goal. Always so ready, Miss Steele, he whispers as he slips a finger inside me. I squirm and gasp. How can he do this with all these people here? In reality, he can't. They're in an elevator with other people. My question is the other people. It's a private club, but it appears to just be a dinner club, not a sex club. At least all they did was have dinner there, so I'm not sure what kind of club it actually is. Keep still and quiet, he warns, murmuring in my ear. I'm flushed, warm, and wanting, trapped in an elevator with 7 people, 6 of them oblivious to what's occurring in the corner. Do we really think they're oblivious? Do we really think that? Are we saying these people are really oblivious, or they're just ignoring him because he's rich and powerful and a pervert? You turned me on, big time. Now take me home and fuck me. His mouth drops open and he laughs surprised. Now he looks young and carefree. Oh, to hear him laugh. I love it because it's so rare. You're a born romantic, Miss Steele. He takes my hand and we're headed out of the building to where the valet stands near my sob. So you want sex in a car? Christian murmurs as he switches on the ignition. Again, without question, he's driving her car. So she's just given up all. That was her last thing. She's never going to drive herself ever again. Quite frankly, I would have been happy with the lobby floor. Trust me, Anna, so would I. But I don't enjoy being arrested at this time of night. But I didn't want to fuck you in a restroom. Well, not today. What? You mean there was a possibility? Oh, yes. Let's go back. He turns to gaze at me and laughs. His laughter is infectious, and soon we're both laughing. Wonderful, cathartic, head held back laughter. Reaching over, he places his hand on my knee, caressing it with skilled fingers. I stop laughing. Patience, Anastasia, he murmurs and pulls into Seattle traffic. Okay, what is with the fingers on the knee thing? Because I've heard of this before, and I saw it in Are You Being Served? I don't know this. No one's ever done it to me. Somebody tell me what the knee tickle thing is that's supposed to be like the spot you hit that, like, you know, super horny causing. Somebody, is this true or is this just a thing TV made up? I admire your restraint. He parks the Saab in the Escala garage and turns off the engine. Suddenly, in the confines of the car, the atmosphere changes between us. With wanton anticipation, I glance at him, trying to contain my palpitating heart. He's turned towards me, leaning against the door, his elbows propped on the steering wheel. He pulls his lower lip with his thumb and index finger. His mouth is so distracting. I want it on me. He's watching me intently, his eyes dark gray. My mouth goes dry. He smiles a slow, sexy smile. We will fuck in the car at a time and place of my choosing. Right now, I want to take you on every available surface of my apartment. So he's even, like, controlling. Dude, you're getting laid. Just take it where you can get it and be grateful. It's like he's addressing me. It's like he's addressing me below the waist. My inner goddess performs 4 arabesques and a pas de basque. Those are ballet terms. Yes, geez, I sound breathy, desperate. There's a reason for that. He leans down a fraction, and I close my eyes, waiting for his kiss, thinking, finally, but nothing happens. After an indeterminable few seconds, I open my eyes and find him gazing at me. I can't figure out what he's thinking, but before I can say anything, he distracts me once more. If I kiss you now, we won't make it to the apartment. Come. Gah! She's apparently learned to put G in front of, like, AH. I'm sorry, but were you playing Paper Mario Thousand Year Door? Could this be any more frustrating? He climbs out of the car. I'm watching Friends. Once again, we wait for the elevator, my body thrumming with anticipation. Christian holds my hand, running his thumb rhythmically across my knuckles. What is with the James and Knuckles? Seriously. She did this and the other one too. What is with her and Knuckles and thinking they're sexy and why? Seriously, why? Stroking each one through me. Oh, I want his hands on all of me. He's tortured me long enough. So what happened to instant gratification? I murmur while we wait. It's not appropriate in every situation, Anastasia. Since when? Since this evening. Why are you torturing me so? Tit for tat, Miss Steele. How am I torturing you? I think you know. I gaze up at him, and his expression is difficult to read. He wants my answer. That's it. Okay, I'm going to take a minute to point out the evils in the structure of Christian Grey here, because this is not the first time that he's done this. And this is a toddler way of responding to things. Because it's whenever she does not immediately, and I mean immediately, answer him, because again, he has a problem with delayed gratification, ha 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 ha, penis jokes, that he can't handle that she didn't immediately acquiesce or give him whatever he wants. He can't handle being told no or being told to wait. Like, seriously, his parents suck. I'm sorry. His adopted family is fucking terrible because they didn't make him grow the fuck up and learn that you have to wait sometimes, and sometimes you get told no, and sometimes you get told wait, and sometimes you get told you're only getting part of what you want, not all of it, and that's life, and deal with it and shut the fuck up. He never got that message, or never had to accept it. You know, I'm sure people tried, but didn't quite get there. And so we have this grown-up adult with all this money and power that can do whatever the fuck he wants and doesn't have to deal with consequences. So when she doesn't, again, the only times he's ever, like, edged her, and this is edging. That's what this is. Edging is his ultimate control. Edging is how he ultimately takes power, because to him, thinking it from his point of view, being edged would be the worst thing you could do to him, because it's all about the instant gratification and about the coming as much as possible. So edging him would be the worst, and that's probably what Elena did to punish him, because it makes perfect sense. So that's what he's in turn doing to her. He's not doing it in, yes, in this case, a sexual way, but he's done it in other ways as well. And that he constantly keeps edging her both emotionally and sexually and physically whenever she is not immediately giving him whatever he wants, even when she's well within her right to tell him that she needs time to think about things or to consider things or to wait on things. He punishes her for keeping him waiting. And that's what he's doing right now, because he wants her to say yes and marry him. And so he's literally torturing her until she does. Oh, you know, I should have gotten the pets like turkey flavored food for this weekend. I should have gotten pet wet food and turkey flavor. That would have been nice. I mean, I'll give them a treat or something anyway on Monday, definitely. But I should have gotten turkey flavored wet food. That would have been so nice for them. Plus, I can't remember the last time, like, I will admit, Bo, not a huge fan of wet food. He's really not. He'd really rather have like a piece of lunch meat or a piece of like actual chicken than a can of wet dog food. He really would. But Kitty likes wet dog food. And yes, I mean that because Kitty thinks he's a dog. And so when the dogs would get fed wet dog food, he would very obstinately demand his right to lick the can, which he always got. He was never brave enough to try and eat the actual dog food because, the dogs will kill him. But he demanded his right to lick the can all the way across the floor, and don't anybody try to help him. Wet kitty food he's not so interested in, though. I tried, and he kind of turned up his nose at it like, what the hell is that? What can I say? He's a picky kitty. He's the kitty who I gave a piece of, like, the little thin, stringy piece of chicken once, and he left it in a corner for 2 weeks until it turned petrified. And, like, I don't know if chicken can even become, like, jerky through, like, drying out, but basically it was like a rock. And then he finally ate it, like, 3 weeks later, and he was so happy. Like, he crunched on that thing and, like, purred so loud that I could hear him from another room. It was the weirdest kitty time, like, ever. But he loved it, clearly. Never had an interest in age. I've offered him so many different kinds of kitty treats, like all of them. Whiskas, Temptations, like Fancy Feast, everything. Everything that they make kitty I've offered him. He's not interested. Nope. 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 Wouldn't even eat it. Nope. 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 Though I will say, when I tried to give the dog the Temptations treats just to see if he would eat them, he was like, he sniffed it and then backed away and was like, no. Which kind of makes me wonder what's in those if both pets refused them. Because the dog will eat anything. Like literally anything. He's a garbage dog. But he wouldn't eat Temptations treats. I'm just saying, maybe Puppy's onto something. Once again, we wait for the elevator, my body thrumming in anticipation. Christian holds my hand, running his thumb rhythmically across my... It's not appropriate in every situation. I'm into delayed gratification too, I whisper, smiling shyly. He tugs my hand unexpectedly, and then suddenly I'm in his arms. He grabs the hair at the nape of my neck, pulling me gently so my head is tipped back. Fuck off with the grabbing of the hair! Ugh! Seriously, E.L. James, if you think this is sexy when a guy grabs your hair and forces your head back so you look up at him and kiss him, it's not! If somebody did that to me, I'd be terrified and I'd be grabbing the sharp, pointy thing I usually keep in my hair and aiming at their face until they let go. Like, there's literally one of my hard limits that I tell people right up front when I want to roleplay or real life roleplay or have sex with them is do not pull my hair. Ever. You do not touch my hair. Ever. You do not in any way control or grab or manipulate my face or neck in any way at all. Ever. Now make that abundantly fucking clear. And I still get 1 out of 3 idiots that's still like, oh, I'm reaching up and stroking your hair and putting my fingers through it and holding your head back. Moron, I told you specifically not to do that. Bye-bye. And that's like, oh, baby, you're the best roleplay I ever had. Please forgive me. You knew the rules. Fuck you. Not appropriate in every situation. Since when? Since this evening. Why are you torturing me tit for tat? How am I torturing you? I think you know. He wants an answer. I'm into delayed gratification. What can I do to make you say yes? Yes, fervently, throwing me off balance once more. I blink at him. His lovely, serious, desperate expression, because all he's trying to do is torture a yes out of her. He doesn't even care if it's real. Which tells you something about him, that he's willing to pressure her and, like, manipulate her sexually into saying yes. So he doesn't care if it's a real yes or if she really means it. It's just a question of, like, dynamics and of manipulating her and forcing her into actually marrying him, because then it's legal and he owns her. And so what does it matter? And so that's all he's seeing. So you can tell right now he's not seeing her as a person or a human being in any way. He's seeing her as the thing he wants to own. And so to own her, I need her to accept my marriage proposal get married, have a marriage license, and then I own her. That's what he is approaching this with. So that's why it's mechanical, because she's not a person anymore. She's a thing that he wants to possess, and so he's not thinking of her like a person. So he's manipulating her the way that he would manipulate an object, except the person, if you see what I'm saying. Because he knows what he's doing, obviously. Yeah. I was in a plane once that I had a big sister from Big Sisters Association for a while, and we went on a day trip. We got invited, all the kids in the org did, to a local airfield, and we got to go up in planes that had twin controls. I was in a little 4-seater plane. I don't know what kind. Don't ask me. I have no idea. But we actually went up, and I had the big like headset that was way too big for my head because I was like 9. So it was like, instead of being up here, it was like down here, and it sounded horrible, and I couldn't understand anything. But it had dual controls, so for a couple of minutes, I actually got to fly the plane, which was cool. And it was cool just to be up in a plane. It was the first and only time I've ever been up in a plane. And it was a really nice day. It was really clear skies, no clouds. We weren't up that high. Like, you could still clearly see like defined things on the ground. So we weren't that high, because you could clearly see like roads, cars, like very clearly. You could see people like moving. We weren't that high at all. We're probably only like, I don't even know. I don't know what relative terms are in terms of height for planes. So I don't know. But we weren't that high, because yeah, I could see everything quite clearly. And we were only up for like 10 minutes, but it was really fun, and I really liked it. And, I'm not saying if flying lessons ever would have been a thing for me, but I did enjoy it. It was fun in its own way. Yeah, I definitely think that, like, obviously we know they do end up getting married, but I do think that when they get divorced, she definitely could claim that she was coerced for sure. Because he definitely like he's been mentally manipulating her this entire time. He's been mentally controlling and manipulating and absolutely like, being awful this whole time. He's done nothing but control her and mentally manipulate and like psychologically torture her. Well, you should go up then. You have a license, use it. I'm assuming your license is still valid. Like, I know those things have to be updated every now and then. Give me some time, please, I murmur. He groans and finally kisses me, long and hard. Then we're in the elevator, and we're all hands and mouths and tongues and fingers and hair. Desire, thick and strong, lances through my blood, clouding all my reason. He pushed me against the wall, pinning me with his hips, one hand in my hair, the other at my chin, holding me in place. That's called assault. You don't own. You own. You owe me. You own me, he whispers. My fate is in your hands, Anna. My brain had trouble parsing that sentence. His words are intoxicating, and in my overheated state, I want to rip his clothes off. I push off his jacket as the elevator arrives at the apartment, and we tumble out into the foyer. Christian pins me to the wall by the elevator, his jacket falling to the floor. His hands travel up my leg, his lips never leaving mine. He hoists up my dress. First surface here, he breathes, and abruptly he lifts me. Wrap your legs around me. I do as I'm told, and he turns and lays me down on the foyer table. Why is there a table in the foyer? Why do they have a foyer? They don't have a foyer. I've seen this apartment. There's no foyer. It's kitchen and living room. Ugh. Yeah, law school is more important right now. But yeah, keep it like once you know how to do, you definitely should do. And hey, as a side thing, you can always give lessons to local kids. It'll be great. They'll love it. Especially because you brag about them being in the army and stuff, because kids always think that that's cool. Especially if you show up your bayonet and your Civil War cap to them because they won't know any different. So, you can always give lessons to kids on the weekends, dude. They totally love it. Okay, I was wondering what I'm hearing. I'm hearing tricked out cars. Because it's a holiday weekend, so people are street racing. That's what I'm hearing. I hate when people do that shit. So stupid. So you have a fast car. That don't impress me much. Love that song. Stupid song, but I love it. I also love this is like the 5th time in the last 2 chapters she's responded to his orders with, I do as I'm told. Yeah, because I'm not a person anymore, I'm just a fuck doll. I'm aware the usual vase of flowers is missing. Huh? Reaching into his jeans pocket, he fishes out a foil packet and hands it to me, undoing his fly. Do you know how much you turn me on? What? I pant. No, I. Well, you do, he mutters. All the time. He grabs the foil packet from my hands. Oh, this is so quick. But after all his tantalizing teasing, I want him badly. Right now. He gazes down at me as he rolls on the condom and puts his hands under my thighs, spreading my legs wider because she was being held up by invisibility. Positioning himself, he pauses. Keep your eyes open. I want to see you. He whispers, and clasping both my hands with his, he sinks slowly into me. I try, I really do, but the feeling is so exquisite. What have I been waiting for after all his teasing? Oh, the fullness. This feeling. I groan and arch my back off the table. Open, he growls, tightening his hands on mine and thrusting sharply into me so that I cry out, in other words, he's hurting her. I blink my eyes open and he stares down at me wide-eyed. Slowly he withdraws and then sinks into me once more, his mouth slacking, forming an ah, but he says nothing. Seeing his arousal, his reaction to me, I light up inside, my blood scorching through my veins. His gray eyes burn into mine. He picks up the rhythm and I revel in it, glory in it, watching him, watching me. His passion, his love as we come apart together. That's a sentence that makes sense. As I call out as I explode around him and Christian follows. Yes, Anna, he cries. He collapses on top of me, releasing my hands and resting his head on my chest. My legs are still wrapped around him, under the patient, maternal eyes of the Madonna painting. I cradle his head against me and struggle to catch my breath. He raises his head to look at me. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs, and leaning up, he kisses me. Did we forget that there is a Madonna paint? Because we needed to be hit on the head with his Madonna horror complex and the author's limited understanding of what that is and playing it out as an effect of the name rather than the thing, which he's doing. But that's what she's alluding to. I'm taking 5 minutes, and by that I mean like a minute and a half, because I really gotta go to the ladies' room for 5 seconds. So I'll be right back, and I'm leaving Ralph in charge. This is Ralph. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Ralph. He's a wonderful duck. He would like some friends, but he's content to wait. He's been alone for a month and has a stage all to himself. So he's kind of gotten used to being a bit of a diva because he's the only duck. So he thinks he's a big deal, because he's the only one. He's got a whole stage to himself. Who wouldn't be impressed if you're a duck and you have a whole stage to yourself with stage lights and rainbows and, gold maple leaves? You're going to think you're a pretty impressive duck if you have all that to yourself. So we don't blame Ralph for thinking that he's awesome. Also, he has a unicorn horn, so argue with that. But I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, and then we will finish out this chapter. Love on a fur baby, 2 sex. Consider sponsoring a duck or putting me in handcuffs. Bye. And by that I mean I'll be right back. Don't leave. There's soot on the cat. I rinsed the remnants of the burned pages down the bathtub, but apparently didn't rinse it fully enough. I thought I did. I rinsed it several times. I thought I rinsed all the soot out. Guess not, because there's still some, and now it's on the cat, because he went rolling in the bathtub to try and claim it was his after I burned things in it and he was mad. And now there's soot on the kitty, which is noticeable because he's a very white cat. Who has black soot on his fur and isn't letting me catch him to bathe him? He's never actually had a bath. I think it might be easier just to shave him. I'm seriously considering it. Because he's a very big, fat, feisty kitty! And I don't want to fight him and try and drown him, which is what he's gonna think. He does think all water is designed to poison or drown him. He's one of those cats. Now there's soot on his fur! Like, I know he's making a point that everything in the bathroom, especially, the sink, really, is his, that's his, like, yeah, that's his spot. But the bathtub is a close second. He likes to go in the back corner and roll around and go, look, I'm cute, look, I'm cute, look, I'm shredding your shower curtain. It's only the third one this year. He goes through an average of 4 shower curtains a year. There's a reason I buy them at the dollar store for $2, because he shreds the fuck out of them. And also, I like see-through shower curtains, so I just buy the clear plastic liner because that'll do. I don't see the point of having some fancy, stupid fabric shower curtain that's 3 layers thick, and like this layer goes on the inside, but these two go on the outside because they can't get wet because they're only for decoration. It's a shower curtain, you fucking moron. My ideal one is I want one of those really see-through ones, not the frosted see-through ones that they have at the dollar store, but the actual clear see-through ones, the really thick kind that actually have like different ducks on them, or the periodic table. But as long as it's see-through, but just with print, that would be cool. But I don't think we have those here. But this is up there with pillows you're not allowed to sleep on for stupid inventions. I lie naked in Christian's bed, sprawled over his chest, panting. Holy cow, does his energy never wane? Christian trails his fingers down my back. Satisfied, Miss Steele? I murmur my assent. I have no energy left for talking. Raising my head, I turn unfocused eyes to his and bask in his warm, fond gaze. Very deliberately, I angle my head down so he knows I'm going to kiss his chest. He tenses momentarily, and I plant a soft kiss in his chest hair, breathing in his unique Christian smell, mixed with sweat and sex. It's heady. He rolls onto his side, and I'm lying beside him, and he gazes down at me. Is sex like this for everyone? I'm surprised anyone ever goes out. I murmur, feeling suddenly shy. That is such a question that a 13-year-old would ask, not a grown woman. He grins. I can't speak for everyone, but it's pretty damn special with you, Anastasia. He bends and kisses me. That's because you're pretty damn special, Mr. Gray. I agree, smiling and caressing his face. He blinks down at me, at a loss. It's late, go to sleep, he says. He kisses me and then lies down and pulls me into him so we're spooning in bed. You don't like compliments. Go to sleep, Anastasia. But he's pretty damn special. Jeez, why doesn't he realize this? I love the house, I murmur. He says nothing for a minute, but I sense his grin. I love you. Go to sleep. He nuzzles my hair and I drift into sleep, safe in his arms, dreaming of sunsets and French doors and wide staircases, and a small copper-haired boy running through a meadow, laughing and giggling as I chase him. Aw, she's having the full-on It's a Wonderful Life fantasy, which would make me want to fucking shoot myself in the head. If I ever start imagining or daydreaming about these things, please have me committed immediately, as I've clearly lost my mind and am having delusional thoughts. Gotta go, baby. Christian kisses me just below my ear. I open my eyes. It's morning. I turn to him, but he's up and dressed and fresh and clean, leaning over me. What time is it? Oh no, I don't want to be late. You basically own the place. You can not show up. Nobody will give a flying fuck. It's not like you actually do anything or are qualified in any way. Seriously, how is this business not going to go under in a month with a moron like her in charge? Seriously. Don't panic. I have a breakfast meeting. He rubs his nose against mine. You smell good, I murmur, stretching out beneath him. My limbs pleasurably tight and creaky from all our exploits yesterday. If your limbs are creaking and you're 20 something, you need to, like, take some glucosamine or something. Or, like, get tested for arthritis. I wrap my arms around his neck. Don't go. He cocks his head to one side and raises his eyebrows. Miss Steele, are you trying to keep a man from an honest day's work? Like he knows what that fucking is, because he doesn't actually do anything. We still don't know exactly what he does. I nod sleepily at him, and he smiles a new shy smile. You're tempting as always. As tempting as you always are. I have to go. He kisses me and stands. He's wearing a really sharp dark navy suit, white shirt, and a navy tie. He looks every inch the CEO. The hot CEO. I'm sorry, was this supposed to be a thing? Later's, baby, he murmurs, and he's off. Glancing at the clock, I note it's already 7. I must have slept through the alarm. Well, time to get up. I'm sorry if you have to get up at 7 in the morning. I pity you. I'm sorry. Like, when I had to start work at 9 a.m., and thank God I work from home, so all I do is flip on a laptop. You know what time I got the fuck out of bed to start a 9 a.m. shift? 7 minutes to 9. Because I don't have to be on camera. All I have to do is answer phones. So I don't have to be awake or look good. I just have to answer the goddamn phone. So if I'm up between calls making a coffee for 30 seconds, that's okay. Ugh. It's better than when I used to be up and out of the house in 3.5 minutes at high school. My mom didn't believe me until the day that there was an election and the closest voting station to us was actually in my school. So on election day, I was like, okay, do you just want to take the bus with me and go to school? I'll show you where it is, because it's in the auditorium, which was it was attached to the school, but not fully. It was like, it wasn't, the school got to use it, but it was also for like local production, so they didn't fully own it. And so I told my mom, I'm like, you know where it is, right? And she's like, no. And I'm like, it's on the back of the school. We'd only just moved here, so she really didn't know the area. I don't think she'd actually been to my school yet. And I was like, okay, so you just want to come with me in the morning? I'll show you where it is, and then you can vote like super early, first thing in the morning, and don't have to stand in like a long line, because if you go after work, like there's super long lines. Thing is, even though school didn't start until 8:45 and voting didn't actually open until 9, back then, because I didn't sleep and various other reasons, I deliberately would wake up at 6:30, usually 6:15, so I'd wake up ahead of my alarm, wash, dressed, bag, and out the door in under 5 minutes always, but that morning it was like 3 minutes. And so I woke up at like 6:15 and I woke my mom and I was like, okay, get up. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta catch the bus. I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. I have like 2.5 hours before I'm late. But she didn't believe me. And I remember her like eventually like saying like, oh my God, you really do leave this early. And I'm like, you watched me leave this early for 2.5 years. I've been going to school for over 2 years at this point. You've watched me get up and leave this early every morning. Why are you surprised? Because I was getting anxious. I was like, Mom, I gotta go. I'm gonna miss my bus. I gotta go. I'm gonna be late. I gotta go. And I wasn't. I could have waited. And till eventually she was just like, okay, you go without me. I'll be about an hour behind you. Go. Just get out of my face. It was very much a parent get out of my face annoying child. It deserved it. But I warned her. I said the night before, I'm like, you don't get up when I get up. Like, years later, my roommate, who would become my roommate person when I stayed with them off and on when they were still babysitting and I was very young, she also was somebody who did not get up early, but because of where she lived, I had to get up super early and catch like a 6:30 bus, or I would never make it through McMaster in time to get to school downtown for 9. And literally, it was a 2-hour bus ride. But she made a point of like waking up and at least walking me to the door while she was asleep. She was literally like falling asleep, standing up. And I told her, you don't have to do it. And she's like, no, my mom didn't see me off to school. I'm going to do the mom thing of seeing you off to school and then immediately going back to bed the second you're out the door. But I'm going to get up and see you out the door. I can do that much. I might not be awake or have my eyes open doing it, but I can say, have a good day at school. Like, honestly, some days I expect her to come home and like find her passed out on the floor so bad. Because she took a fuck ton of psych meds that snowed her under for the next morning. She took like 1 billion sedatives at night. So like getting up after like 5 hours was not an option. I admired her for making the effort at least. For trying to do that much. Because I told her she didn't have to. I'm like, I don't care if you get up and see me off. I can get up and get myself out the door. I'm perfectly fine. I'm like 13. Nobody has seen me off to school in like 5 years. I'm perfectly capable of getting myself up and ready and out the door. I don't need an adult. Or anyone at all. In fact, it's better if everyone just leaves me alone and lets me go. Because I've got it sorted, so just don't. The only time I ever felt bad about confusing an adult. No, one of the few times I was in foster care. Really nice lady. Really nice family, actually. I kind of feel bad. But, Dad was kind of a jag-off, but Mom was sweet. You know, innocent, stupid, naive, religious twit, but sweet. Had no idea what she was signing up for. I really hope they didn't actually become foster parents because they were only temps at the time considering becoming full-time foster parents. I really hope they didn't because they clearly had no idea what they were getting into and are exactly the wrong people to do that, but they meant really well. You know, like I said, the mom is sweet. Stupid, but sweet. I showed her how to make tuna melts and she was impressed that a 7-year-old knew how to use a toaster. So I was like, I also know how to use the stove, but she wouldn't let me. They told her, like, my mom let me, only for certain things. That was because my mom broke her leg. Literally, she broke her leg in multiple places and couldn't stand up for several months. So she, very reluctantly taught me how to cook some basic things in the oven. I was not allowed to use the stovetop at all, but I was allowed to put chicken on a pan and put it in the oven and set a timer. And then she would literally drag herself to the kitchen to take it out because I was allowed to put it in because it's cold. But she wouldn't let me take it out even with an oven mitt. And even when I told her I promised to use 2 hands and be really careful, no, I was not taking the chicken out of the oven. Nope. Mommy power, mommy paranoia. Oh, that was an interesting few weeks. She didn't trust me to do anything, but I had to do it anyway. Even as a kid, I knew there was like that she was having mommy panic. But hey, this is why Canadian Tire should have salted their parking lot so it didn't break my mom's leg. She slipped on ice in their parking lot and it shattered her leg and her ankle. She had to have 11 screws and a steel plate put in her ankle. And my mom was like a super skinny person. So when it healed, not only did she have a giant scar down her leg, but you actually, like, she was so skinny around her ankle and that, you could see the screws. You could see the fucking screws holding her ankle together through her skin. You could really see a couple of them, like 2 or 3. You could see the heads of them. It was creepy AF. And she actually had to carry a letter for when she flew. When she went on a plane, she had to get a letter once because she had to go through security, and the screws in the plate would obviously come up on scanner on a metal detector. So she had to carry a letter saying that she had reconstructive surgery. In the shower, inspiration hits me. I've thought of another birthday present for Christian. You already got him a present. You. And unrestricted access to your vagina, ass, and brain. So there you go. It's so difficult to buy something for the man who has everything. I've already given him my main present. I still have another item I bought for him at the tourist stop, but this is the one present that will really be for me. I hug myself in anticipation as I switch off the shower. I just have to prepare it. In the walk-in closet, I put on a dark red fitted dress with a square neckline, cut quite low. Yes, this will do for work. Are those really the two things you want to juxtapose? That is a low-cut, sexy red dress, and yes, this is for work. I'm sorry, she's not a... Now for Christian's present. I think the dress is enough. I start rummaging through his drawers looking for his ties. In the bottom drawer, I find one of those faded, ripped jeans, the ones he wears in the playroom, the ones he looks so hot in. I stroke them gently, using my whole hand. Oh my, the material is so soft. I cannot. This is bullshit. I can't. Oh! Oh my god. Beneath them, I find a large black flat cardboard box. It piques my interest immediately. What's in there? I stare at it, feeling like I'm trespassing again. Taking it out, I shake it. It's heavy, as if it holds papers or manuscripts. I cannot resist. I open the lid and quickly shut it again. Holy fuck. Photographs from the Red Room. Wait, what? I did not. Wait, what? Please tell me we get to know what's in them. I don't remember this at all. I don't remember this existing. Is there a camera in the Red Room? Does he have blackmail material on all his subs as a preemptive measure so that they can't blackmail him? Seriously, he has revenge porn preempted. Do they know about it? Do his subs know that he was videoing and taking pictures of them? Because you know it was for his own protection. It was blackmail material. In case they ever want to out him, he has revenge porn on them. But did they know? Because I'm guessing not, and this is hella illegal. The shock makes me sit back on my heels, and I try to wipe the image from my brain. Why did I open the box? Why has he kept them? Okay, why did you open the box? I can understand, but why does he have these photos? Obviously, A, for jerking off to them, and B, self-preservation, I would expect, is going to be the answer. But if I were her, I'd be literally throwing these in his face and saying, where are the ones of me? And you're going to delete them right the fuck now, or I'm going to grab that knife from the kitchen and murder you. And did any of these women know that you were photographing them? I shudder. My subconscious scowls at me. This is before you. Forget them. The question is not that it's before her, it's that he has pictures of it. So where's the cameras, Christian? Where are they in the Red Room? Were they on when we were in there? Do you have photos of me? Show me right now, then burn the system to the ground. Like, there are things to be seriously concerned about here. Also, Mark, my darling, the legalities of filming people in your private sex room. Go. Seriously, though, Mark, if you're still listening, if it's in your apartment, your privately owned apartment, your private sex room, and you're entertaining women there, are you allowed to photograph / record them without their knowledge? She's right. When I stand up, I notice his ties are hanging at the end of his clothes rail. I find my favorite and exit quite quickly. Those photos are BA, before Anna. My subconscious nods with approval, but it's with a heavier heart, and I head into the main room for breakfast. Mrs. Jones smiles at me warmly and then frowns. Everything all right, Anna? She asks kindly. Yes, I demur, distracted. Do you have the key to the, playroom? She pauses, momentarily surprised. Yes, of course. She unclips a small bunch of keys from her belt. What would you like for breakfast, dear? She asks as she hands me the keys. Just granola. I won't be long. I feel more ambivalent about this gift now, but since hold on, I lost my about this gift now, but only since the discovery of those photographs. Nothing has changed. My subconscious barks at me again, glaring over half-moon winged glasses. That one picture was so hot. My inner goddess chirps at me, and mentally I scowl at her. Yes, it was. Too hot for me. What else does he have hidden away? Quickly I ferret through the museum chest, take what I need, and lock the playroom door behind me. Wouldn't do for Jose to discover this. Oh God, oh God, oh God. I hand the keys back to Mrs. Jones and sit down to devour my breakfast, feeling odd that Christian is absent. The photographic images dance unwelcome around my mind. I wonder who it was. Layla, perhaps, so we couldn't see her face in any of the photos. Seriously, just confront him. On my drive into work, I debate whether or not to tell Christian I found his photographs. No, screams my subconscious, her Edvar Munch face on. I decide she's probably right. As I sit down at my desk, my BlackBerry buzzes. More emails, you know how this goes. Him to her. I calculate there are at least 30 surfaces to go. I'm looking forward to each and every one of them. Then there's the floors, the walls, and let's not forget the balcony. After that, there's my office, Miss UX, Christian Grey. His email makes me smile, and all earlier reservations evaporate. Oh, never mind. He has kinky photos of other women without their consent, most likely. He's so dreamy because he said he wants to fuck me 30 more times in his apartment for no reason on the ceiling. It's me he wants now, and the memories of last night's sexcapades flood my mind. The elevator, the foyer, the bed. Priapic is right. Priapic is right. I wonder idly what the female equivalent might be. Th- I'm sorry. Again, thesaurus.com strikes, but and again, seriously, what did he load her food up with like oxytocin last night? Because that's how she's acting. Like she's acting this sudden, like she's had such a hairpin turn of opinion yet again for like the fifth time overnight again. Like her to him, Mr. Gray, you have a one-track mind. You missed breakfast, but Mrs. Jones very accommodating. Him to her, what was Mrs. Jones accommodating about? What are you up to, Miss Steele? How does he know? He doesn't know shit. You're acting like a moron. Her to him, wait and see. It's a surprise. I need to work. Let me be. Love you. A. Does she ever actually work when she's the lead editor now? She's editor in chief of a fucking publication house that has to put out shit and do real work that real people are counting on. And yet she's still at work doing nothing but email arguing with her boyfriend because she's terrible at every job and doesn't actually work and knows it. Him to her, I hate it when you keep things from me. I stare at the small screen of my BlackBerry. The vehemence implicit in his email takes me by surprise. Why does he feel like this? I'm not like hiding erotic photographs of my exes. To be fair, neither is he, because he had them in a private space of his that you were going through to get a tie. Why he would keep those photos in the tie drawer, I don't know, but autoerotic asphyxiation? I don't know. But he's not hiding anything. I can say that. He ain't hiding dick, including his dick, because he just wouldn't. He's not hiding these photos. You found them. But if you asked them, he definitely would have just shown them to you. So, and again, I don't know. She knows about these other women. The fact that he has photos, like, really shouldn't be that surprising. Again, it's in the obsessive stalker serial killer trope to take photos of his victims, obviously. So, like, the only thing I would be concerned about if I was her, I wouldn't give a flying fuck that he has photos of other women. I really wouldn't. I don't care. The only thing I would care about is, did you photograph me without my knowledge? Because I was in that room. So you will tell me right now where all the cameras in that room are, and you will prove to me, not just tell me with your words, you will prove to me that you don't have any photos or videos of me in that room, because if you do, I'm having you arrested for filming me sexually without my permission. Ugh. Idiot people above me having a fight again. Her to him, it's for your birthday. Another surprise, don't be so petulant. He doesn't reply immediately, and I'm called into a meeting, and so I can't dwell on it for long. When I next glanced at my BlackBerry, to my horror, I realized 4 in the afternoon. Where's the day gone? Still no message from Christian. I decided to email him again. This is where you cross the line into pathetic territory. Let him throw his little fit and go home. Don't email him begging for his attention or acquiescence or acknowledgement. Her to him, are you not talking to me? Don't forget I'm going for a drink with Jose and that he's staying with us tonight. Please rethink about joining us, A. He doesn't reply, and I feel a frisson of unease. I hope he's okay. Calling his cell phone, I get his voicemail. The announcement simply says, Gray, leave a message, in his most clipped tone. Hi, it's me, Anna. Are you okay? Call me. I stutter through my message. I've never had to leave one for him before. Nor should you be doing it now. You've been out of touch for 90 goddamn minutes, and you're calling panicked like he's dying. This is him doing the thing that there was R. Kelly was did multiple times of having women picked up in a van and then just parked outside the studio, telling them just wait in the car for me, baby, and they'd wait for like 5 hours, and then he'd have them driven home without ever having seen him, and it was literally just a test to see how indoctrinated they were and would they just wait because he told them to, and then go away with nothing. And that's exactly what Christian is doing right now. That's what he's doing. He's saying wait because he's unhappy. And he's punishing her to a degree, but he's also just literally seeing how much bullshit she will put up with, which is the vast majority of what he's done in this book. This entire book is him testing how much she will put up with and furthering her indoctrination, which, as I said, is already to the max. She has no free will left at all. Like, she's full on, like, Patty Hearst if she shot up, a grocery store or something like that, or whatever, the Syndonese Liberation, whatever the fuck Patty Hearst thing, if she shot up like a church or a grocery store, what the fuck ever, it would be on his orders and his fault because he's completely in control of her at this point. She has no even capability of free will at all. Not that she had much to begin with, but like, anyway. All right, I really want to be done this by midnight, so let's go. My phone rings unexpectedly and my heart jumps. Christian. But no, it's Kate, my best friend. Finally. Has Kate even spoken to her once this whole book? Has Kate been gone the entire book? Because I think she has. Anna, she shouts from wherever she is. Kate, are you back? I've missed you. Me too. I have so much to tell you. We're at SeaTac. Me and my man. She giggles in a most un-Kate-like way. Cool, I have so much to tell you too. See you back at the apartment. I'm having drinks with Jose. Join us. Jose's in town? Sure. Text me where. Okay, I mean, you good, Anna? Yeah, I'm fine. Still with Christian? Yes. Good. Laters. Isn't she banging Christian's brother? Wouldn't she have heard if they broke up? Oh, not her too. Elliot's influence knows no bounds. Yeah, laters, baby. I grin, and she hangs up. Wow, Kate is home. How am I going to tell her all that's happened? I should write it down so I don't forget anything. Well, he did say she could tear up the NDA, so she is now free to actually tell her friend that, yes, I'm in a very abusive, controlling, I have no free will, and I'm basically selling my soul and agreeing to be a live-in fuck slave for a guy who's going to marry me and give me a rich, lavish life that if we ever divorce, I'll never have to work anyway. So totally worth it as long as I get out alive. The key is knowing when to get out. Marla Maples knew that. An hour later, my office phone rings. Christian? No, it's Claire. You should see the guy that's asking for you in reception. How come you know all these hot guys, Anna? Oh my god, the Bechdel test just threw up on itself and rolled over. Jose must be there. Honestly, no offense to the guy who plays Jose, but in the movie, the guy who plays him is not what I would describe as hot. He's what I would describe as background extra number 3. Jose must be here. I glance at the clock. It's 5:55. A small thrill of excitement pulses through me. I haven't seen him in ages. You saw him like 4 days ago when he tried to sexually assault you. She should not be having... I'm sorry, but this is dumb. Even in Twilight, this was fucking stupid. But now it's just taken to oblivion. Like, were you secretly lobotomized level. Hannah, wow, you look great. So grown up. Never say this to a college graduate. He grins at me just because I'm wearing a smart dress. Jeez, yeah, it's the dress. Because you're certainly a moron. He hugs me hard and tall. Not gonna sneeze, 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 I'm not gonna sneeze. Okay, people above me, shut the hell up. I'm not having hiccups. I have like 3 pages left. I'm not having hiccups right now. Excuse me. He hugs me hard and tall, he murmurs in amusement. It's just the shoes, Jose. You don't look so bad yourself. He's wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black and white checked flannel shirt. I'll grab my things and we can go. Cool, I'll wait here. I pick up 2 rolling rocks. I pick up 2 rolling rocks from the crowded bar and head over to the table with Jose. I'm guessing that's a drink of some kind. I've never heard of a rolling rocks, but hey, let me know. I don't drink anything on the rocks, so I don't know, but my drink in a bar is a green apple Cosmo, if they've got it, or just a Cosmo will do. I also learned at Eastside Mario's you can't order a double of a Cosmo, because I did, and the waitress, looking very nervous, came back to me and said, "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but we can't actually serve a double Cosmo because the amount of alcohol exceeds the amount that we're allowed to serve within 1 drink as well as within 1 hour. But if you would like, I can bring you a Cosmo, and as soon as that hour's up, I'll bring you another one." And I was like, "Okay, yep, bring me one, and you keep it." And to her word, the second that an hour was up, she was right there with a second Cosmo, and you better believe I tipped that lady very well because she deserved it. But I did not know that actually a restaurant cannot serve a double Cosmo because the amount of alcohol in it exceeds their licensing. Which, fine, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I got in a public fight with my father once because we were at a restaurant, not in Eastside Mario's, different restaurant, it was a seafood place, and he ordered a carafe of white wine, which he's an adult. He has every right to do. His wife was there. Of the legal age drinking adults at the table, there was him, his wife, me, and that was it. Because my sister was the other person at the table, and she was only 15 at the time, so way underage, especially to be drinking in public in a restaurant. And I was on psych meds at the time that absolutely you should not drink with, and I definitely knew that and was not stupid enough, so I wasn't drinking, and he knew that. And yet he orders a carafe of wine, it gets served, and then he poured a glass for my sister, and I objected. And again, we're Italian, so children drinking wine is a thing, but it is a special kind of wine. It is not the same kind of wine that you find at a restaurant like this. It's not the 12 to 15%. It's much lower that they serve to children and much more of a medicinal and like sugary value that is typically served to small children. Now, granted, my sister was 15. I'm not saying she was a child, but nor was she an adult. And my point that I made to my father when I objected and said you cannot serve her in public is that it's not only that my dad was serving alcohol to an underage minor, his own daughter, but also we're in a public restaurant. This restaurant has a liquor license, obviously. But if they get caught with a 15-year-old at the table with a glass of wine drinking it, it doesn't matter that Daddy Dearest is the one who poured it to her or told her that it's okay for her to drink. The restaurant's license is going to go up in smoke because they're serving an underage minor. Because it's their responsibility because it's a public goddamn place. And they're responsible. And yet I had 3 people at the table looking at me like I'm the devil for pointing out that you shouldn't do this because you're not just risking yourself, because the odds are my dad wouldn't get in trouble for this, but the restaurant could get in serious trouble if there's a minor caught drinking at their place. And yet nobody at the table, and my sister understood. I could tell she understood, but she wasn't willing to stand up to my father, which I understand, like she lives with him, he's about to pay for college. But my dad and his wife certainly understood and should not have done that. But he's a jagoff, so, he's a narcissist, and that's the thing. And that's what it was. It was pure narcissism and nothing more. It was, I want to do what I want to do, and she's my child, and therefore I will dictate if she can drink in public. And it's the same with me. Like, I remember we went to Niagara Falls when I was a child. I was very young, I was about 5, 6. And we went to, still there, a very famous bar. It's still there. Still there to this day, next to the Ripley Museum. It's still there. Went to a very famous bar. And there are two kinds of a Shirley Temple. I didn't know this till this day. There are two kinds of a Shirley Temple. One has alcohol, one has not. My dad had already taught me to order non-alcoholic Shirley Temples, but on this day he tried to order me an alcoholic drink. I was only like 4 or 5 years old. And it became a thing in the bar, and there was a fight and a pool table, and I wound up splitting my knee open when I got pushed over a milk crate, but it was ridiculous. And the reason that it happened is because my dad insisted that the bartender at Niagara Falls, for Christ's sake, we're in literally the most touristy area of Niagara Falls. The reason we were even there is because this bar had at the time, I don't know if this record still stands, but they had the world's largest pinball machine, and my dad wanted to put me on it and have me lay down like Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty on it, which we did. And he took a photo, and that photo exists somewhere, and it went viral, and it made the local papers or something. It's in the local like Niagara Falls like reporter or whatever, the photo of me looking like Sleeping Beauty on this pool table. Yeah, it was in the paper the next day, but then my dad tried to order me an actual like alcoholic drink version of Shirley Temple, and the bartender wouldn't serve it, and they got in a fight, and they wound up getting in an actual fight, like a like punching like fight. And then I got thrown over the thing, and then he had to take me back to my mom, and my mom was in the hospital, and I remember him having to like fess up that, oh, by the way, the kid's knee is split wide open because it was massively scabbed. There was still dried blood running down my leg. This was the next day because he never cleaned it or did anything, and she was pissed. And then they got in a fight, and then a nurse took me out of the hospital room while they were fighting. And I don't remember much of that day, but there's a reason my parents should never have been parents, both of them. And they certainly never gave a fuck when I was around. If they wanted, God, my parents are the parents that should never be within like 10 miles of each other because all they will do is fucking fight. And neither of them wins the high ground on that one. Like, for a long time, I refused to see the faults of my mother, but my mother was quite a horrible person, actually. She was really fucked up. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and there's a lot of other people responsible, but when you decide to have a child, you're responsible. And she never got that. Where was I? I got like 3 pages left. I need to finish this and go to bed. Well, I need to finish this, make food, and then go to bed. He's up for pasta. Like really good spaghetti with like lots of garlic. Because garlic is everything. Cannot make good pasta without garlic, seriously. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't. Can't wait. Salut, Anna. Seattle agrees with you. My flesh as we clink bottles. It's Christian that agrees with me. Salut. Tell me about your show and how it went. Well, he sold like 100 grand, so I think he's okay. He beams and launches into the story. He sold all but 3 of his photos, which is taking care of his student loans and left him with some money to spare. Yeah, suffice it to say. And I've been commissioned to do some landscapes for the Portland Tourist Board. Pretty cool, huh? He finishes proudly. I really think the Portland Tourist Board is getting somebody cheap. Because I'm guessing their budget is 10 cents. Jose, that's wonderful. Not interfering with your studies, though. I'm sorry, if he's putting on shows and getting hired, didn't he graduate at the same time as them? I'm sorry, didn't he graduate with them? Is he still in school? Is he a year behind them? What the hell? No hot babe to keep you busy. Last time I saw you, I had half a dozen women hanging on your every word. I arched an eyebrow at him. I'm sorry, when was this? When the fuck did Hosea find women dripping all over him? Because if he did, I have a feeling he would have taken what was on offer and forgotten about her. As he certainly should have. It's a beer? There's a beer? It's a beer? That's why I don't know it. Oh, that's why I don't know it, because it's beer and I don't know beer because I'm allergic. So I really don't know. I really should like read a global list of all beer names just so it's in my head because it feels like something most people would know. That like I should not know because I don't drink beer. So yeah, it's a beer like I'm assuming it's like a Seattle, Portland kind of beer. It's like local. Is it craft brewery? Could be. That would be nice. Nice little nod. Nah, now that you guys have gone, plus 3 of the guys I used to hang out with, I have more time. Oh, no hot babe, blah blah blah. None of them are women. None of them are woman enough for me. He's all for fun. Really? Really? Oh, sure. Jose Rodriguez, lady killer. I struggle. Who's the guy? Who's Cecil Hotel? Cecil Hotel. Snickerdoodles. I know you know. Cecil Hotel. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, is Jose modeled after Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, because he kind of comes off that way? And not just because I like season 4 of American Horror Story because it's the best ever. Shut up. And not just for Lady Gaga and the fact that I want a clone of her to be my fuck buddy. Nah, Anna, none of them are women enough for me. Hey, I have my moments, Steel. He looks vaguely hurt and I'm chastened. Sure you do. I mollify him. Why are you mollifying this fucking prick? He's a sexual predator who tried to rape you while you were drunk. He doesn't deserve your friendship, let alone you're putting up with this false bravado bullshit after you try to tell him, hey, there's a lot of other girls out there who'll be interested in you, especially now you're rich and successful. And he's like, none of them are you. I want you. Why are you in the room with this loser? And yes, you can be successful and rich and still be a complete fucking loser, which Jose clearly goddamn well is. He is the kind of person that I'd be like, your pathetic disgustingness is like radiating, get away from me. Go away. I don't want you. Don't come near me. Don't stalk me. Don't look at me. Go away. So how's Gray? He asks, his tone changing, becoming cooler. He's good. We're good, I murmur. Seriously, you say? Yes, serious. He's not too old for you? He's like 3 years older than her. Seriously, the age difference between them is like not that much. I mean, what? She just graduated college, so she's like, what, 22, 23? And he's stated as being, what, 27? That's nothing. Like, honestly, the youngest person, fair fact, the youngest person I've ever had sex with in real life was at the time 40 years older than me. I was 22, they were 67. It was a good time. Oh, that one? I know those green bottles. They're local to a place. There's a place that like is associated with the green bottles. I know them because there were like recycling issues that made the news. They are supposed to be in Washington State. That is, they are supposed to be in Seattle right now. So if it's not a brand available in Seattle, then the author screwed up. Man, I think everyone I've had. I'm trying to think, have I ever had sex with someone my own age in real life? Yes, I have. Okay, yes, I have. Because first and second time, the guys that I let fuck me were more or less my age. We were within a couple of years. We were all teenagers. We were all under 18. Let's just say. I didn't really consider it. That wasn't sex. That was events, and actions. It wasn't sex. Or it certainly wasn't on my part. Their part, probably. Though the one guy like died 2 days later. At least I heard he did. Him and his idiot buddy got caught. Well, we're in the process of they're vandalizing a cemetery, and he had lifted a gravestone to topple it over, and he lost his balance, and instead it fell over on him, and basically, not basically, literally bent his body in half and broke his spine, and he died. Like 3 days later, after we had had sex. And he lived in the apartment next to me. It was a blackout night, and I heard about it because I hadn't seen him since that night, and I was looking for him because, like, weird attachment, and then, like, his parents were crying on the porch, like, 2 nights later, and I, like, asked where he was, and that's when they said, like, he was in the ICU with a broken spine and was gonna die. I remember asking randomly what room he was in because I wanted to go say goodbye, but everybody looked at me with such contempt and evil. Not that his parents knew it. We didn't know each other before the night of the blackout. That was the first time we met. We met that night in a parking lot campfire, and, like, you know, when the power wasn't coming back on and we've been sitting around for hours, we wandered up to the park, had sex, and then 3 days later he was dead, so we didn't talk after that. I don't know if his parents ever knew. I think they kind of suspected the way I acted, maybe, but he died the next day, so I doubt they ever followed up. And I never saw them again, so I don't know. Oh, Jose, you know what your mom says. I was born old. Jose's mouth twists wryly. How is your mom? And like that, we're out of danger. We're out of the danger zone. Anna! I turn and there's Kate with Ethan. She looks gorgeous. Bleached strawberry blonde hair, golden tan, and beaming white smile. And so shapely in her white camisole and tight white jeans. There's a disaster outfit. All eyes are on Kate, and I leap up from my seat to give her a hug. Oh, how I've missed this woman. Well, she's been absent for 450 pages, so yeah. She pushes me away from her and holds me at arm's length, examining me closely. I flushed under her intense gaze. You've lost weight. A lot of weight. And you look different. Okay, fucking A! How much weight could this woman have lost? This entire book takes place over about 7 days. And that's me being generous. Realistically, it's like 3 days. And there's like 3 days in between the first and the second. So in most, it's been 6 days. How much weight could she possibly have fucking lost? And what, does everybody in her life know that she's starving herself to death at all times? And they've just agreed to, like, make sure she eats a banana every other day so she literally doesn't die? And that's as good as it gets? What the fuck? I need a drink. I need vodka. I need vodka. I need vodka. A lot of vodka. One day I'm gonna fill a rubber duck with vodka and squirt it into my mouth through this thing every time I scream. I'm gonna fill all the, you know, when the stage is full, I'm gonna fill all the ducks with vodka and use them as squirt toys for an entire stream. That'll be fun. Ugh! Lots happened since you went away. I'll tell you later when we're on our own. I'm not ready for the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition yet. Stop using that phrase. It's stupid. She regards me suspiciously. You okay? She asks me gently. Yes, I smile, though I'd be happier knowing where Christian is. Oh yeah, he hasn't contacted her in like 3 whole hours, and he's definitely banging Elena. Or Layla, or, you know, many of the corpses that he's buried, take a pic. Not that it matters, because she'll find it forgivable or sexy or whatever it is. Cool. Hi, Ethan, I grin at him and he gives me a quick hug. Hi, Anna, he whispers in my ear. Jose frowns at him. How was lunch with Mia? I ask Ethan. Interesting, he says cryptically. Oh? Ethan, you know Jose? We've met once before. Jose mutters, assessing Ethan as they shake hands. Last page! Drink up! Yeah, at Kate's place in Vancouver, Ethan says, smiling pleasantly at Jose. Right, here's for a drink. I make my way to the restrooms. While there, I text Christian our location. Perhaps he'll join us. There are no missed calls from him, and no emails. This is not like him. What's up? Anna, Jose asks as I come back to the table. I can't reach Christian. I hope he's okay. He'll be fine. Like another beer? Sure. Okay, so I guess he confirms that it's beer. Well done, Persnickety, for being way on the spot with knowing that. I'm impressed. Kate leans across. Ethan says some mad stalker ex-girlfriend was in the apartment with a gun? Well, yeah, I shrug apologetically. Oh, geez, do we have to do this now? I'm sorry, she's your best friend in the entire world for like the last 5 years, the entire time you've been in college, and she waited this long to say somebody threatened you with a gun and broke into your place because of the psycho that you're dating now? Kate's especially the worst. She might be worse than Jose. Jose's just a walking penis with no self-control. Kate is actually the worst. Hannah, what the hell is going on? Kate stops abruptly and checks her phone. Hi, baby, she says when she answers it. Baby. She frowns and looks at me. Sure, she says and turns to me. It's Elliot. He wants to talk to you. Anna. Elliot's voice is clipped and quiet, and my scalp prickles ominously. What's wrong? It's Christian. He's not back from Portland. What? What do you mean? His helicopter has gone missing. Charlie Tango? I whisper as all the breath leaves my body. No! End of chapter, and if anyone thinks this is dramatic, you're stupid. There's another 100 pages left. Not even, I don't think there's 100. Wait, hold on, let me see. Right? No, there actually is. There is actually like 90 pages. That was pretty close. If anybody thinks that this asshole is actually fucking dying, like, oh, his helicopter's gone missing, I should be worried. It's the only time he's ever been out of touch. Not like they set it up with a fight, like he's a douchebag asshole anyway. Ugh. Between that and all the trolls tonight, I've so had enough. And I've earned an extra shot or two. I really wish I had vodka tonight. I really do. I wish I'd gone with that. I really do. I wanted to. I talked myself out of it. I should have done it. It's a holiday weekend. I should have just gotten the vodka because that would have been better. But we had a good evening. We got through our 2 required chapters. We got 2 for next week and 2 for the following week. So we will have a Halloween spectacular. And I definitely hope that I can stream until dawn on Halloween Day because that would be awesome. And it's after 10 years. Come on. After 10 years, I want to play this game so bad. Like, come on. Universe, help me out. Get me a copy of Until Dawn on Steam, please. Have somebody gift it, wishlist, whatever, donate, whatever, gift, sub, whatever. I have a Steam account. Somebody, please. I need Until Dawn because I need to live stream this all day on Halloween itself because that would be awesome. With a kitty. And I have a witch hat. I'm totally gonna be. I have an actual costume, pointy canonical witch hat that I'm so gonna wear for the whole day on Halloween, live streaming that game and seeing what they changed and playing it finally after 10 years. So that will be our big Halloween extravaganza. So please join us and join us next week for finishing this book and the week after because it'll take 2 more weeks. But right now, love on a fur, baby. Love yourself. I hope you had a good time. Thank you all for being here. All wonderful. Love your fur, babies. Love yourself. And thank you all so much for being here. Join us next week for more book club. You are awesome. Have a good night. Goodbye.